Okay, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the second night of our corporate plan meetings. Members of council, we had good presentations from administrative staff yesterday. We had questions of clarity and understanding, and there was a couple of questions that council needed some information on that should be brought back today. I believe we received an email of it earlier, but go ahead, town manager, if you can update us through verbal update so that we can hear it, and also the people that have been following along are also able to hear it.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll speak to the document that was circulated and is now before council. And again, as you mentioned, just to ensure that on the public aspect of it, that some of those questions are answered in that manner as well. There was a few questions we received, so I would refer council to, I believe, page 60, cost associated. So 0.5% COLA increase to non-union staff is in the neighborhood of $47,000 expenditure. 1.5% increase to council compensation is again in the neighborhood of $4,600. 1% COLA increase for council compensation is just over $3,000. We received another question regarding the community initiatives grant. Council may recall this would be the grant process administered through Community and Protective Services. There's some information in front of you there. I'll just go through it quickly. It's a grant funding opportunity for local user groups, arts and culture, sports and rec, some community sport and development projects. The eligibility is typically the event is taking place, well, not typically, it is taking place in Stony Plain. We have some requirements through the grant process of providing budget information and the like. So we do request a bit of a budget or business case when we receive those. Those grants are approved administratively through Community and Protective Services. There was a question on the federal census. We just confirmed that the next federal census is occurring in 2021. There was a question regarding the provincial portion of photo radar revenue. So again, on a photo radar ticket issued by the town, the province retains 40% of those revenues. There was a specific question, council will recall, not that long ago, there was a policy debate about taxation of vacant lands policy. There was a question of what would that policy, if in place in 2021, what would the revenue be generated? And as council can see in front of you, the revenue from that would be just over $100,000. At this point, for the next item, I will maybe just ask our General Manager of Corporate Services to provide a little bit of a comment or context around the questions on unrestricted surplus, if there's a little bit further she wants to add.
Thank you, Town Manager. So we apologize, there was an error included within the chart that was the draft distributed to you. So we ask you, if you're referring to this chart, to use the one provided to you today. Specifically, when you look in the plan, you saw unrestricted surplus increasing, which was incorrect. We budget at a zero basis, and so that number will not change through the 3 years coming. As you remember, how that number typically has got impacted in the past is when the town runs a deficit, it would draw down from this unrestricted account. And as part of our looking at reserves in 2021, we would also look at this unrestricted account to maybe set policy around what should be held within that balance going forward.
Your Worship, the next one was just some clarity around Edmonton Global. So the regional economic development international approach. So just there's the clarification of the numbers. 2020, an increase of 23,968, which again, internally, administratively, we were intending to fund that from 2020 surplus. So there wouldn't be an effect directly into the 2021 corporate plan and beyond. That would need to be changed now. 2021, you can see the number there, 48,589 or 0.28. The next chart in front of you, and it's maybe a little bit on the paper copy without being able to expand it. The numbers are kind of small, but there is a chart included regarding remuneration, overall remuneration, in response to a question about employee labor costs, so to speak, over the course of 2014 to 18. The response we've got there also has 1920 and proposed 2021. We did include the assessment changes. We did include population changes, but Your Worship, that's as far as we got on that one at this point in time. Next question that we felt we were able to provide a bit further on was regarding vehicle leasing and purchasing. And again, on this one, a bit of a longer response. I'll perhaps ask our General Manager of Planning Infrastructure to speak a little bit further on that.
Thank you, Town Manager. The town does not have experience with leasing. In our discussions today with some of our neighbors, we understand the City of Edmonton did try it a number of years ago and have gone away from that practice. It was used by them when they were short on capital funding and they had operating costs. In the explanation I provided, we do understand that leasing would have higher costs due to the financing being included with the purchase price. However, there may be advantages for the short-term equipment that we might secure. However, most of our equipment is on replacement schedules of 10 to 15 years, so that would be it would be likely not feasible for the leasing type arrangement because we take our ownership costs and spread them over a long period of time.
Your Worship, rest of Council, there was a question on the drug strategy team. We tried to reach out and get a little more information from them. You'll see that in the past they have done some work with our FCSS on opioid crisis and sessions. It appears as well that due to COVID-19, the group has been maybe perhaps a bit dormant during the pandemic, but has intent to get back and back involved moving into the 2021. The final thing that we did a little more background check on was there was some discussion about the MOU with Parkland County and the Stony Plain Fire Department. Just a brief update there, or a general update. The MOU does account for staffing costs and some capital and operating costs to be reimbursed, if you want to call it that, on an annual basis. The revenue forecast, so for both the staffing cost and capital operating sort of inputs, in the 2021 budget is around $460,000. There was some question whether the proposed position would be eligible for that sort of reimbursement, and we believe it would be, Your Worship. Those were the questions that we understood to have tracked through the discussion yesterday. Your Worship, I will stop there and turn the dialogue, I guess, back over to you, Your Worship.
Yep. Thank you very much for the updates and appreciate the answers to some of the questions that we've had. So moving on to members of council, you have a chance to ask more questions of clear understanding, make a couple of comments if you like, and also make motions to change or adjust the corporate plan as you guys see fit, and then we'll have the debates on those motions, and then we'll call the votes. All right, so the floor is now open. Anything goes, ladies and gentlemen. Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a further question of clarity on the answers we received for number 11 in regards to the MOU with Parkland County for the fire department. It says staffing costs related to the proposed administrative position can be included within the MOU. So when we talk about that, is that changing from the forecast that's placed in here? Is that covering a portion of the $28,000 that's being asked for? What exactly does that sentence mean? Staffing costs related to the proposed administrative position can be included within the MOU.
Your worship, I can make a few comments there, and I may defer to a couple different general managers on some further clarity if required. So, looking through the MOU, it speaks to a percentage of I forget the wording exactly. Maybe I'll ask a general manager to comment further on the wording there.
Your worship, through to Deputy Mayor, excuse me, Laurie. In the agreement, we do have a schedule that covers various costs and percentages of those costs. One of those is preparedness-based staffing costs, so the wages and the costs related to the management of the fire services in Stony Plain, and that's full-time wages related to those staffing costs, and that is calculated at 25% of those costs. So the assumption would be that administrative position would be supporting the preparedness-based staffing costs. So in essence, if we have increased costs in that area, then they would be captured within that that particular line item that we would be sending over to Parkland County for a number that they would provide 25% coverage for.
I think there is a further question, Your Worship, if I may, about the clarity of if there's any revenue included, I think is part of the question. And I'll just ask our General Manager of Corporate Services if there's any revenue accounted for in the proposed corporate plan on that specific position.
I don't think so. No, there is not, Town Manager.
Go ahead,
Follow up,
Deputy
Your
Mayor.
Worship. So in hearing that, then what I'm hearing is that 25% of those costs would be covered. We heard earlier that the $28,000 that's allocated in this budget is just the difference that this position would cost based on the reduction in salary from the deputy chief to the lieutenant position that was changed. So I guess for two questions then, number one is, what is the true cost of the 0.5 position? And does what's included in our corporate plan, the 28,000, include a reduction of 25% of that cost for reflection of the MOU, or does that amount still need to be calculated and taken out?
Your Worship, I'll ask the General Manager of CAPS to speak to that.
Just seeking some, Your Worship, through to Deputy Mayor Laura, just seeking some clarification, support that the full cost of the 0.5 can be given to us from the Finance Department. So perhaps we'll just let them work on that number. And the second question, the way our budget is set up is we have a total revenue that comes into the fire services and the total expenses. So the total revenue, in essence, that would be received from Parkland County, which would include the potential of this cost in that preparedness-based staffing, would just net out the bottom line of the overall cost of operating the Stony Plain Fire Department. So we wouldn't necessarily take that wage divide, take 25% out and allocate it out. We get revenues into the fire service, we have expenses, and the overall cost is the number left when you minus the expenses from the revenues.
So if I may, Your Worship.
Go ahead.
So, well, I appreciate the explanation. It seems kind of confusing, and I understand that these come in as revenues, but essentially, when this item comes forward as a budget ask, it should take into account all impacts and implications. If the revenue that we're receiving as a part of funding this position is brought back into that department, does the revenue we're receiving for the position go towards funding of the position, or does it go towards funding on another portion of the fire department budget? And then if that's the case, are we truly looking at a $28,000 increase for a position, or are we looking at a $28,000 increase for a position plus other budgetary increases within the department?
Great. Well, let,
Your Worship,
staff answer that.
Sorry?
Go ahead and answer it.
So if I can, and I can see the finance team is still looking for some numbers over there. I'm not sure about the entirety of the question. So what we would be doing, and Your Worship, I'll ask for, if I'm on the wrong track, please, the Deputy Mayor can interject here a little bit. I just want to make sure I'm going to either answer the question or have the opportunity to answer the proper question, if you want to call it that. So, when we, in this particular one, from my understanding and what we would be doing is, we still need to make sure that the costs associated are part of that MOU, which, we tend to believe they are. We send those, we do those sort of reconciliations. The MOU guides what can and cannot be in, so to speak, but, I do expect that there's still some discussion between our staff and Parkland County staff on, what the reality is. Because again, the MOU, it covers staffing. It also covers operational costs and fuel and, so on and so forth. So what, if the position would be created, it would have a standard X amount cost. I think the 28 is an incremental increase as we're presenting it at this point in time. As the year goes on, should council see fit to approve that, as the year goes on, we would intend to review and invoice the county for that work as per the agreement. There would be some dialogue there to understand, does it actually require that? Is it part of it? Back and forth, whatever you want to call it. It would be our intent and our belief that it does, but it is subject to some, question. And, should an agreement be made there or an understanding occurring as it relates to that particular position and the way it's funded through that agreement, then we would, we carry that forward as ongoing revenue. I'm going to stop there, Your Worship, and just see if that is along the lines of the question at this point in time, and also just to check in with finance if there's a number over there.
We can see that the grant from Parkland has been increased in the current year, as well as the net cost for the fire department clerk. Essentially, the grant would have accounted for the staffing in the past from Parkland County. So, at most 25% of the $28,000 difference, I believe, calculates to around $7,000. Again, we would be billing based on actual numbers, as well as timing of when the position is hired. So, maybe a slight variation there, but fairly small from the overall budget perspective.
Okay. So for some clarity, then the 28,000 is the difference from transitioning from a deputy to a lieutenant and then hiring a part-time admin assistant is 28,000. So I think the question is, well, if we know we're going to most likely get 25% of that back, then the question is 28,000 plus 25%, or is it 28,000 minus 25%? Because if it's minus 25%, then to our budget, then it should be only an $11,000 was it 28, so minus 7, so a $21,000 increase versus a $28,000 increase. I think that's what the council, Lori and Deputy Mayor is trying to get to is were all the factors factored in when $28,000 was put in as a budget number?
Your Worship, it's actually deeper than that, because what we've been told is $28,000 is the difference. So I'm curious as to what the 0.5 position is as a whole, because let's say that might be $50,000, then 25% or $12,500 of that $50,000 should then be funded from Parkland County, which, if that's not taken into account anywhere else in the budget, should reduce the $28,000 ask by that full amount. That's why it's important, I think, to understand what the 100% cost of the 0.5 FTE position is, to understand what portion we should be receiving from the increase in revenue from the MOU, and understanding, essentially, in theory, I'll provide an example. If we were asked for $100,000 to fund a new position, and 25% of that was to be funded by another entity in which we receive revenues for, that leaves a $25,000 difference. If we fund at $100,000, then we're actually giving a budget increase of $25,000 for something else that's not being asked for, and I don't believe that's very clear. And so I'm just wanting to understand the full dynamics of how this position has been added in and how the calculation of what's to be covered under the MOU has been considered in that factor, to understand whether we are truly approving a 0.5 position or if we are approving a 0.5 position and an additional budget increase somewhere else.
Great. Well, that's a good question, because that does also then, did staff calculate in the decrease from the positioning from a deputy chief to a lieutenant?
Your worship, through to Deputy Mayor, all I would add is that, so in the previous plan, when the deputy chief, that would have been factored in, so it would just be the difference, so the 28,000, the 25% on the 28,000. Appreciate your comment on making sure that we did account for it all, but because it's just a change, you know, that position has disappeared, been replaced with something lesser, and this is the difference of the position. We're having trouble finding the exact number for the 0.5 of the clerk, but it would just be the 25% of the 28,000 that was potentially, we're a little short on the revenue side.
Okay, so from that answer, that means we can expect to most likely get $7,000 back. And the question is, if we get $7,000 back from Parkland County as part of our MOU, does that money get funded back into surplus, or does it get funded to the fire department to do something else with that $7,000? Because if that is the case, then we've increased the fire department budget by $7,000 that the council is not aware of.
Your worship, I would expect that it would fall to surplus in that case, and then be allocated per council's direction as to where that surplus is to go for the following year.
Your worship, but just some addition too. The conversation we're currently having assumes that the full load of that particular new position is going to be captured within that 25% that we're permitted to charge back for the duties that are captured within the MOU. Should some of the duties of that particular position not fit within that category, then we wouldn't be able to consider those as a revenue sources coming back from Parkland County. So just want to ensure that we're understanding that not 100% of the time may be attributable to sections of the MOU that would allow us to bring some revenue back into the organization. However, we do believe that the majority of that particular work would fall within that administrative category.
Okay, thank you for that clarity. So then what you've just said is that we may not be able to capture the full 25% based on the MOU, because if they're not doing 25% of the work according to the MOU, then we would not get the full 25%.
Your worship, just for clarity, the duties assigned to that particular position, there are several different categories that Parkland County will provide compensation back to the Stony Plain Fire Department for. So the clarity is, if some of the duties related to that position don't fall within those categories, then a percentage of that overall would not be compensated from Parkland County. So just that clarity is being provided.
Your worship, we have found the full cost of the position, if you'd like me to let council know those numbers for the 0.5 FT. It's $37,800 in staffing costs, along with benefits of about 10%.
So just over 40,000.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay. Maybe since I'm still in this train of thought, because I'm just now doing the math here, so that makes it 12,000. So that's the $12,000 the difference between a deputy fire chief and a lieutenant.
Sorry, what's the question, Your Worship?
So if the request is $28,000 for the 0.5 admin position, which now we just found out that a full-time position, or that half-time position, is 40,000, and the request is for 28, which means there's a difference of $12,000. So 40 minus 28 is 12. right? And we've been told that there's a savings from removing a deputy fire chief and hiring a lieutenant. So the savings between that pay grade from a deputy to a lieutenant is $12,000, if I do the math correct.
Yeah, Your Worship, I think, so we would have a classification grid, so to speak, for a deputy fire chief. That would be X, right? There would be a classification for a lieutenant position, which would be X minus something. I don't know off the top of my head. And the position we're discussing specifically would be along those lines. So, your logic stands. I can't speak to you about the specific number at this point in time, but that, if I can go a little bit maybe just simpler. So, we had a cost for a deputy fire chief. We've taken that cost, reallocated it to a lieutenant and to this position. I think the other thing that I would say is, part of that deputy chief would have been in that 25% that we're kind of talking about too. So that would change that number as well. The number going over to Parkland as an invoice, so to speak, and coming back, some of that would already have been included in the broad invoice in the past. So, again, without a line-by-line specific breakdown in front of me or in front of any of us, I would agree, I think, with what you just said. I don't know that I would speak to this number specifically.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for that clarity and understanding and asking us those questions and answering them from us. Members of council, anything else to add on or question about the corporate plan and motions to adjust? Go ahead, Councillor Matthews.
Thank you, Your Worship. I want to go back to the recreation facility on page 19 of the, page 19 out of 89, which would be page, on your paper copy, page 12. I read just recently a recent study. It was from the Alberta Recreation Survey of 2017. And I was quite interested in some of the information that I had found from that, some of the results of it. And so, for example, it surveyed how many people use land-based, like outdoor nature types of activities, how many people water-based, snow, then referred to facility-based indoor and outdoor, so that would provide both outdoor facilities and then indoor facilities. What I noticed, for example, is that there's significant differences in the numbers of people within different groups that use, for example, an indoor facility versus a land-based activity. And I'll just give you a couple of examples. For a senior or somebody 55 plus, in this example, land-based activity, 71% of people over 55 use outdoor activities like walking, that type of thing. You compare a person 55 plus who uses an indoor facility, it's 11%. And then when we look at low income levels, you'll see a significantly higher group of people that would use outdoor types of activities like land-based activity. So people with $50,000 income or less, 67% would use a land-based activity. Relative to, for example, an indoor facility, it would be 17%. So as I'm reading some of this, and I'm wondering in terms of Stony Plain, I know we've done a tremendous number of studies with regards to recreation facilities, but I'm not sure if we've done a study that looks at overall in our community, what are the needs. We've got a large percentage of our population, close to 40%, that are over 55. And then we also have a large group, 60%, that are under 55. But we need to make sure we meet the needs of all of them. When I look at the cost of this, of $30,000 for a community, $30 million for a community recreation center, and I'm supportive of that. But I would like to understand, given the current environment they're in with COVID, I believe that the numbers are down in terms of usage of facilities. I am certainly supportive of doing the design work and seeing what support we get in terms of grants and in terms of funding support from our municipal partners in the region. But I am concerned that we are kind of full speed ahead without doing a little bit more work on this. And so with this, I definitely would support the amount for the design, and I'm assuming that's probably somewhere around $300,000 is what I saw last evening with regards to the Public Works building. And I don't see that broken down in here at all, that in 2021, you could support that through a motion recommendation for that. But then 2021 or 2022, 2023, with the actual construction of a facility, I think that's a separate decision, at that time as well.
So absolutely right, Councilor Matty. So I believe that the 2021 is for design tenders and then going to be award ready. So then at the next corporate planning for the 2022 budget and beyond, that is when, at the time, the council has the ability to go ahead with it, defer it, stop it at that time.
So what my concern is that we're looking at the first quarter of the phase for the design work. And I'm just wondering, I'd like to see a little bit more work and more information brought back to council regarding what exactly it is that we need in this community based on the population and those who would use it. Because if only 11% of our seniors are using it, only in this study, for example, only 30%, which is the highest category, by the way, between 18 and 34, only 30% use an indoor facility. Between ages 35 and 54, only 25% use it. So I would just like to make sure that the services that we're offering in this community, whether that's a community center and recreation activities for our 55-plus group, are there, as well as, making sure that this is what's best meeting our needs. So my question is, have we done a study like this in our community? Because I'm not aware of it. And secondly, in terms of how do we look at going forward in a way that we ensure that we have funding sources in place, as we talked about with other initiatives like the Public Works building.
Okay. Maybe the first question we should ask is, when is the work that, the design work and kind of the preliminary conversation with council on the rec center is supposed to come back to council in the fourth quarter of this year? Where are we at with that? That may answer some of the questions that Councilor Matty has, because we have not yet received that presentation.
Your Worship, through yourself and Councillor Matty's, we are planning a workshop with council in December to talk through that particular project and get some further direction from council.
Your Worship, and maybe just again for some more understanding, so to speak, I'm going to ask one of my general managers to just update or provide further comment on, some of these approvals have already been granted for those costs. So there's nothing in this particular corporate plan document that speaks to that, because some of the approvals have already been given. And I can see the General Manager of Corporate Services is nodding, so she can maybe provide a bit of an update there or a comment.
Yes, in previous corporate plans, the design work has been funded. So there's a $1.5 million approval for that design work to proceed. What you see in the plan is the $30 million for the actual build, which is unfunded at this time.
Okay. And when will council have that? If council decides to continue to go ahead with this, when is that time for council to have that conversation? So,
which conversation, Your Worship? Sorry?
about going ahead with the $30 million.
Okay. Maybe, Your Worship, I'll just provide some general, considerations. So there's no question for a community of Stony Plains size that when you start getting into project scopes of 30 or more $1 million, those are significant projects. You can almost go, especially on a rec side, they're almost generational in scope. I don't remember the exact timing of the TLC, but I believe it's got to be about 15 years ago now that place was built, if not maybe see some heads nodding around 15. So, excuse me, when, this council and this community gets into a dialogue about a recreation facility of that size and scope, there's certainly a lot of conversation to have, partners to be engaged with. You will note in this corporate plan that I believe we're showing about 10 million in our capital plan, whereas the project costs, again, estimated, a significant recreation facility is going to be more than that. Your Worship, that's the intent there is to make sure we're all aware that, we need to work with partners, we need to work with grant applications and so on and so forth. So prior to any of that happening, we need to have a defined project to speak to and to work on. So that was the, the idea with the original approvals for design. I'll take a step back further. There was, some regional work done on engagement, on what's needed and so on. Again, that was all done prior to COVID. So, there's that, there has been some change, or current change with impacts from COVID-19. But, I know we did some of our own, if you go back a couple of years ago, we did some of our own specific interaction and engagement with the community. So some of that work has been done, and part of this would be the workshop that the general manager was talking about as a refresh. So, but I believe, if there's any advice or comment I would provide to council is that a project of this size and scope, it takes time, it takes effort, it takes, a focus, a commitment. It has to, engaging the public, engaging partners, looking into grant opportunities and so on and so forth. And, Your Worship, I'll just stop there. That's a bit of a quick refresh as to where that's at and a bit of the path forward.
Go ahead.
Just a couple of follow-ups. So, for example, I know we had the group that presented about pickleball, and I know that there's activities like that that are very important in this community for the 55-plus age group. And I just want to make sure that things that we're doing moving forward are ensuring that we are meeting the needs of all of our members of our community to the best of our ability to do so. My one follow-up last question is with regards to the 1.5 million design. I'm assuming that is for all of the buildings that will be on the recreation complex site, is it?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Matties, if you recall, at one point we were talking, we illustrated a $130 million building. The 1.5 represents a percentage cost based on a $30 million project. So if we choose to do a $10 million project or a $20 million project, then that design cost would go down according to wherever we landed on an overall cost to the particular project that we choose to move forward on.
Okay. Thank you. And, you make a good point, Councillor Matties, that we need to take a holistic approach to when we look at projects and kind of decide what's going on. So in terms of the studies that the town of Stony Plain has done, there's quite a few of them. The one you referenced was the tri-regional indoor recreational study. We also have a parks and open spaces master plan. We also have the trails master plan as well. That kind of ties it in. So for us as individuals, we need to pull them all in, and maybe that's a good conversation for us to have as a council to see what it all is. We also have the leisure services master plan between us, Spruce Grove, and Parkland County as well. So there are a lot of things that are happening in the past and currently in the background that come to fruition. And one of the things that we need to actually maybe talk about in the future is as a region, the three of us. Personally, we cannot build everything, but if we all pick pockets of what we're good at, and you mentioned outdoor recreation stuff, and Parkland County is very good at that. Let's support them in those initiatives while they support us with the indoor recreation, because we have the density where they don't, but they do have the open space. So that's a conversation that maybe the three councils need to have. Okay. Any other questions and comments regarding this? Councillor Bennett, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just glancing through this corporate plan once again, and one item on here that we discussed last year in the corporate plan, and I don't see it anywhere in here, is the community center. So I'm wondering where we're sitting with that, and yeah, just an update on what we're going to do with our community center.
Yes.
Your worship, I'll make a few comments there, and then I believe someone can help me out from our general manager level. I believe it shows up in the 10-year capital. Oh no, it does not. It's a good, your worship. There's a real dialogue that needs to happen around that building. I think the corporate plan, the ongoing operations. The intent. It continues to operate. It continues to be maintained to the degree it has been and will continue to be, your worship. So some of that stuff is all contained in operating accounts and won't show up anywhere directly in the corporate plan. Your worship, though, I think, our perspective there is that there is direction required from council specifically on that community center, the downtown community center. I believe, that we've had some dialogue in the past. I believe there was a dialogue I know that took place before I got here about the long-term future of that particular facility in Stony Plain. One of the intents that's been removed is just that we felt that there's a need for council to provide clear direction specifically on the intent and the long-term viability, if you want to call it that, of the community center. I think we had a conversation a while ago now, and we just wanted to follow up with that to get that clarity and direction from council. I'll leave it at that, your worship. Certainly we can speak further to that, but I'll stop there.
Okay. Councilor Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So when will those discussions take place? It seems to me that if it's not on the corporate plan, then it's out of people's minds. In fact, if Councillor Matties hadn't been bringing things up about community indoor facilities, I wouldn't have thought about our community center. So exactly when? Is that a strategic planning item that we'll discuss, or when will it be discussed?
Your worship, through to Councillor Bennett, certainly it was our intention to bring it forward to council in this budget year, or sorry, this operational year. However, the staff allocated to that, COVID-19 jumped in the way of all of it. So certainly we, as the CAO has mentioned, there's a decision point that we have to bring forward to council and advise you of some items related to that. And we've certainly had a lot of discussion with that particular building in relation to a new rec facility and potentially citing something that could mirror or replace that in a new build at some point. And so we've done our level of work related to that, and there's some other unique opportunities that we may bring forward to council with respect to further direction, which would then direct us from a corporate plan perspective to ensure that it's in the document in that 3-year window for actioning.
Thank you.
Any other questions, motions to change? Go ahead, Councillor Meyer.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a quick question. On page 74, it talks of deferred revenues. And just a quick question in regard to developers' recreation contribution. In 2021, we forecast to recognize $500,000. I'm just curious what that is for.
Your worship, through to Councillor Meyer, I believe that this is the rec center design. So $500,000 was funded from this recreation contribution, and this is just showing that the design is planned to be done in 2021. And so the revenue gets matched to the expenses on that. And so that's showing $500,000 of the $1.5 million approved on the design. So it moves from the deferred revenue on the balance sheet through to the revenue.
Perfect. And just a follow-up one.
Okay, so just from some clarity, so that developers recreation contribution is a levy that we have on every household per door in our community. that's why it wasn't.
So just, thank you, admin. That's what I imagined that was what that was for. And I've heard, sorry, this is a question through you to admin. I've heard 1.5 number tossed around, and I appreciate our CAPS manager explaining it's relative to whatever we wind up sort of going with. So if we have $500,000 dedicated there, or planned on being used there, and the rest of, if we go back to page 12, table 8, the funding sources, unfunded. I'm just curious, if there's $500,000 put aside and we're kind of keep talking about 1.5, where the remainder would be coming from.
Okay, so the funding for the rec design?
To clarify, the 1.5 or the 30 million?
1.5.
The 1.5. Just give us one moment to pull. There's a few different funding sources on that one, and it'll just take us a moment to pull that up. Your worship, we just need a moment. It was approved over 2 years, so it's just taking a moment to track down. If you want to keep moving, we will. I'll let you know once we have the number pulled together.
Okay, thank you. We'll come back to that, Councillor Meyer, is that right? Thank you. Councillor Mattis, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm referring to Table 14, Housing Strategy on page 23 of 89. Which would be on page 16 of the paper copy. So with regards to our housing strategy, the key actions state housing strategy that reflects the current environment and community needs, and explore options to enhance Stony Plain as an affordable lifestyle community. And I want to say that, after this term of office, I want to be able to say, did we improve the standard of living for our citizens? And I'm going to define that as the material basis of well-being is reflected in consumption levels to afford shelter, food, to pay our bills, to save for retirement, and all of our future needs. If Alberta incomes are going down by 6% and potentially further again this year, what are we doing to improve the affordability of living in Stony Plain? Now, I've spoken to developers, recently who have told us that the cost of housing in Stony Plain is too high to attract people to come here. So our new home sales are lower. And we talked about HERF, we talked about land use lot sizes, reducing the lot sizes and maybe addressing the parking needs that come with that. Now, last year, we had spoke with the CAO of Gibbons on a housing strategy. And I just spoke with the mayor recently, and I asked him if he, if we had explored that further. And I know that I had spoken with the CAO about that as well. And our mayor said, well, we're waiting to hear the results. So I want to share some of the results. So I phoned Gibbons and spoke with Councillor Darren McCann. And he said that with COVID-19, that they experienced delays at first. The pre-sale buyers were not able to get everything done on time, and others had to wait for their homes to sell. The initial slowdown, there was an initial slowdown, then things started to get going. To date, they have 4 homes under construction with move-in early December 2020. The developers have more in the works. There's 9 interested parties they are speaking to, most considering properties in the $400,000 to $500,000 range. Considering all the challenges, and with COVID, Gibbons feels this is a very good start. And note, more houses in Gibbons are selling now, and there's only a few left for sale. So I would like to ask if we can consider a land development arrangement, possibly with a company, and I'm just going to use Dakota because this is a company that we've just spoken with recently. So that is the old Daytona, and looking at possibly a different way of reducing our housing costs so that we can attract more people to this community.
Okay, that's good. So I just want to clarify, you said that they have 4 housing starts in Gibbons?
Yeah, 4 homes under construction with a move-in in early December 2020, and they have 9 interested parties they are speaking to, most considering properties in the $400,000 to $500,000 range.
Okay, so the last update from the kind of the housing association, the Edmonton Metro Region Housing Association, currently Stony Plain has 102 housing starts.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. This is just in that development. Right, that's just that affordable housing, called accessible housing development.
So I guess to reduce the cost of developers, then the town has to front end a lot of the costs so that we can recoup it later. I believe that's what Gibbons, the town of Gibbons, has been doing. Are we able to? Do we have the capacity to? Or do we have the will to do it?
Your Worship, trying to remember the details of the program or process that they have over there in Gibbons. I know we had spent, I think, a bit of time at the GCC going back maybe about a year ago, reviewing that or looking into it. It is an interesting process or proposal or development agreements, but if I remember the nuts and bolts of it, the town of Gibbons itself took a pretty active role, I believe, in land costs, or had land. They owned the land already, so the land cost itself was, essentially, again, I don't know, and I don't want to say too much, but I think that was one way in which the entry cost, so to speak, was drawn down pretty fast. So can the town do that? Does the town do that? Typically, no. We try to reduce the entry costs in other ways, but balance that off with the matter of, sorry, Your Worship, I'm getting a little bit tripped up here, but, housing costs overall, is attributable to a number of things. There's inputs that, the town has some bearing in and some that do not. Typically, a municipality will look to reduce those barrier entry costs. That's part of your infrastructure requirements, your development standards. Sidewalks 2 sides cost more, they get passed along to the homeowner. Development standards typically get passed on to homeowners through that process, lot sizing, so on and so forth. We generally try to, make sure we're competitive in our market, which would be basically the Edmonton metro market, and a number of different numbers or factors go into that. Your Worship, I'm going to stop there. I'm not sure if I'm on track at all here. I'm just going to stop and.
Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just to follow up with that. So basically, the land was owned by the town, but they developed it. But then the cost of that was divided by the number of lots, and then that would be paid back by the individual. Say, for example, if the lot, that price was $50,000, that would be paid back to the town over a 15-year period, and that would not be included in the price of the property itself. Hence, the price of the property is lower, and that gives you the ability to have a lower mortgage and a lower overall cost. And it would be one way, and I'm not saying that's every way, but that's one thing that I think we would seriously should be looking at. No different than the PACE program. The PACE program is the same thing. I mean, you're basically incenting people to do well, in this case, to do upgrades to their home, and then they can, then it's a program that you pay back to the municipality, that loan. And it's working. I mean, or it has worked in a number of different places, and there's a number of communities in Alberta that are working with that, being Edmonton being one, with a pilot program. So I think we have to consider these things.
Yep, that's good. Councillor Plechko?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Just for clarification, Councillor Matties, did you mention that those homes are selling for between $400,000 and $500,000?
That was that the new ones that are being considered are in that range.
Are the $400,000 to $500,000?
Yeah.
So my question now
That's
is,
what they're looking at, yeah.
Yes, thank you for the clarification. My question now is to administration. I'm just wondering in our community, what the average cost of home selling today would be. So I got a bit of a three-part question here. The other question goes back to Gibbons had the land, so they were able to do stuff with it. Do we have a large enough parcel here within our community that we would own where we could actually do something similar to that? Or would we be looking at taking additional costs on to be able to do that? And what benefit would that be to us in our community for developers today? When I look at what's going on, comparative to our neighborhood just down the street, we have 100 new starts, 102 in town here. Spruce Grove has 140. They're a community of 30,000 plus people. We're a community of 17,000 plus community. So we're on par with our partners down the street here. Not that I don't think that we need to have affordable housing within our community. I'm just wondering where we would have the ability to do that and what would the cost be directed to the community to be able to do that.
I don't know that I'll speculate on, new house cost prices. I think even internally, we used, I think, $350 assessed value as an average house price. So, if that's a benchmark, so to speak, to utilize. Does the town own or in the position with any, major residential properties? I believe the answer, I don't have the map in front of me, would be not a whole lot, if any. There are some pockets that, could be looked at for what I would consider to be probably pretty small scale, like, less than 15 lots, so to speak, maybe. But again, I don't have the map in front of me. It's not something that, I would say we're well aware of that is sitting out there. There's a couple spots that, if you really wanted to take a look at, maybe there. And I would say, we've just come into some ownership transactions in that Old Town South area that, has some potential for us to be a little more active on the development side. There is the in the corporate plan, South Park Drive Extension, I believe, is the name of the project. But you know, there's a little bit of potential there for some form of direct town involvement in some of the development process. But I mean, those would be the two that jump to my mind, if any. Again, Your Worship, I'll stop there. I'm not sure. I think that was 2 answers. I thought I might have heard 3 questions, though.
I think the third one was what's the benefit. So the average house around here, if you follow some of the realtors in our community through their social media, I think the average house price around here is like $380,000 that is going for. The land that we do have is actually a great question because as the council is aware, we just recently we signed an agreement with Parkland School Division to have the old high school lands that we can actually consider in the future. So again, I think what Councillor Mattis is talking about is maybe something for us to plan and get ready for, because that gives us the opportunity to, if council is willing to have that land developed with a partnership or by ourselves, so that we can make it more attractive in terms of affordable housing for our residents that are moving in. And the third one was about what is the benefit to our community. Well, I guess the benefit to our community, I can kind of hazard to answer that question, is definitely you'll be able to bring in people that are not able to qualify for the higher mortgage rates if the land cost is removed from the house. Currently with the new, is it CMHC requirements, your ability to buy a house has now considerably been reduced. So the amount of money that you needed to qualify for a $400,000 house now has been increased. So you need more money, more down payment to be able to provide that. So that conversation about housing strategy and affordable housing is a good conversation, and that may be a topic of conversation for council during the strat planning and how we can visualize this moving forward over the next 4 to 5 years as we continue to acquire more land when we become closer to acquiring the lands from the Parkland School Division, where we actually have a land mass to talk about. But if we get those conversations now, then we'll be prepared for it in 5 to 7 years when we're ready to build. Councillor Loy, please.
Yes, Your Worship. I was going to come close to a point of order, but I think we're all over the map here. This is a corporate plan. Are we going to discuss rail pedestrian underpass design the same way we're discussing housing strategy? I don't think this is what we're here for tonight, to be 100% honest with you. If I'm wrong, sir, please correct me.
Well, you're not wrong and you're not right. You are right, the fact that we should be really focusing on what's happening right now this year, 2021, but you're wrong because we should also be looking at to the future, and that's why this is a 3-year corporate plan for 21, 22, and 23. So we do have a housing strategy that is going to be started this year, and it's going to move on to 2022. So if we can talk about it now, add it to our strat planning, that will give us the kind of the initial startup for continue the conversation in 23, 24, and then maybe then in 25 have the ability to redevelop the old Stony Plain Memorial Composite Highlands.
And that's my point, sir. I would like to move on with this corporate plan, and then when it comes to discussing, in this particular case, housing strategy, let's have it at a strat meeting and hammer it all out and go from there.
Okay. Thank you. I think see the general manager raising her hand back there for maybe the other question that was raised by Councillor Meyer.
That's correct. We do have the funding of the 1.5 million. So it is actually 600,000 from the developer's recreation contribution that you noted on page 74. So that's an error, and we'll correct on the final draft. There is $527,044 from the tax levy stabilization, $31,560 from the public reserve, and $341,396 from the rec and culture reserve.
Thank you.
Just a follow-up, can we say those numbers again for me slowly so I can write them down?
Actually, can we just have you forward an email to council?
That would
Yes,
work
we can
too.
email them.
Then that way we don't all have to write it down, because I got 600, 527, 536, 549.
We will email immediately.
Thank you. Thank you. Let me see. We want to talk about this year's. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just referring to page 58 when we talk about our franchise fees, just a point that I wanted to bring forward to council as just a comment. We are already maxed out in one of our franchise fees, and in this corporate plan, we're now proposing to max out at our second franchise fee. And to me, this is extremely concerning. We saw a report presented to us at our last council meeting that showed we would be one of very few communities in the entire area that's maxed out on these fees. I also want to bring to light, this is the last time we'll be able to do this. We are not able to absorb this type of an impact any further into the future without putting it straight into our municipal tax rate. And I can understand why we're looking at the franchise fees, because it's a fair pay system for all the residents of the town, not necessarily specific institutions being exempt as are from the tax rate. However, it does impact all the residents of our town, and I think it's not highlighted enough when we look at our corporate plan as to what these fees are and what they're used for and how they impact our residents. And so I do have one question, I guess, that runs from this to administration. Just, is there anything specific? So when we collect our utility payments for our other utilities, they are typically put directly to that. So whether it's storm, whether it's water, whether it's sewer. Franchise fees are fees that we charge on top of a utility. Are the revenues received from franchise fees allocated to anything in specific, or are they considered general revenue to be used for the town in any purpose?
Your Worship, through to Deputy Mayor Laurie, they are considered general revenue to be used for any purpose.
Thank you very much. So again, Your Worship, it's more just a comment of concern that, we are now at a point where this will no longer be an option in the future. We are now at a point where we are above and beyond many of our metro comparators, and to me, it's not a great position to be in, but it's just something we need to keep in mind as we move forward.
Thank you for your comments. Councilor Laurie, I'm going to pass you the chair.
Thank you, thank you, Your Worship. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'll ask members of council to turn to page 10 or page 17 if you're following digitally. And we talked about supportive infrastructure for quite a few years now, and as the council has been aware, we've been looking at the South Park Drive design, extension, and construction. It is slated for not this year, but 2022, 2023. But I want to make sure that we have a good understanding of the reasons why we're going to actually look at it and invest this dollars into that. So my motion to add to the 2021 corporate plan is that motion that we direct administration to provide an updated feasibility and business case for the South Park Design and Construction Initiative in Q2 of 2021.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I'll just ask administration if we can get that motion up on the screens. Thank you very much. Your Worship, would you like to provide any opening comments?
Thank you. Yes, Deputy Mayor. Members of Council, I bring this forward as a motion. We have talked about this quite a few times. We had a presentation from administrative staff saying what could be and what the approximate numbers are. Well, we don't know. I'd like to have more clarity and understanding of what the resale value is, if there is kind of interest as a commercial land, industrial land, as a high density, whatever it is, so that we as a council has a better understanding moving into the next phase if we do decide to do construction. The business case will give us that clarity, and then we can actually then, as a council, debate it properly. I'm not too sure if there's maybe some funding requirements with this, or if it can be done administratively. Maybe I'd like to have a comment from the town manager if there needs to be dollars attached to this, or could it be done through the administrative staff that we do currently have?
Thank you very much, Your Worship, and I'll turn to the town manager for that.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, to the rest of the council. So I don't believe we would require any specific corporate plan cost increase or expense increase. When I think of feasibility or business case, we would probably want to look at market rates for land of that size, and maybe an appraisal of sorts, which we fund through the regular operating budgets that we have. So I wouldn't see any monetary request attached to this.
Thank you very much, General Manager. I will open the floor for any other questions and comments from council. Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. You know, I have been thinking about this South Park Drive over and over for the last few months. So I'm very glad, Mr. Mayor, that you've brought this motion forward. I'm wondering, Deputy Mayor, through you, if in this business case, we can be quite specific about economically, what does South Park Drive bring to the town of Stony Plain? Most of the time when we look at building things, I'm thinking of 28th Street. We had an idea of what economic benefit 28th Street would be when we embarked on that. So I think that in our business case, if we could include something that would indicate a direct economic benefit to Stony Plain here. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Bennett, and I would add to that as well that there's a significant social component in respect to the community. I believe it's Silverstone, that road is to be a connection into the community there as well. So I would expect to see all entities of that in the feasibility and business case when it comes forward. Any other questions or comments from council? Seeing none, Your Worship, would you like an opportunity to close?
No, I'm good, thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, I will call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried, and I'll pass the chair back to Your Worship.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I appreciate that. Seeing that we had the first motion out of the way now, let's go for a recess, and we'll be back in 10 minutes. Okay. Council, welcome back to our meeting. We've had our first motion and it was passed, so let's continue on the conversation and adjusting this to make sure that this is our corporate plan that we want to pass. So any other motions, comments? Councillor Laurie, Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. I'll refer to page 2 of the memorandum we received this evening, the update we received. In that, number 7 is to clarify the additional funding for Edmonton Global that was not captured in the recommended corporate plan. We see the amount for 2020, which is going to be funded from the 2020 surplus. However, we also see the amount for 2021 of $48,589, which is not currently captured in the corporate plan. This is something that we have already committed to, and I feel it would be important that this be captured in the plan now rather than waiting until spring adjustments, since we already have this. So I'd like to make a motion that we add in the $48,589 for the increased Edmonton Global contribution into this year's corporate plan. And I'd ask as well as if in years past, if we can see our updated percentage increase on the screens in council chambers.
Thank you very much for that motion. I'll just let them type that in. Okay. Thank you very much. Do you want to speak to that? I think you already did about, committed to this and it's going to be built in, so.
Yeah, just the general comments, Your Worship, is, this was about a month ago, I believe, in the Edmonton Global Special Shareholder Meeting for increased contributions to Edmonton Global to ramp up some of their activity and continue to promote our region and bring some more opportunities forward. There was a pretty good business case presented, and the number of opportunities that they expected to bring forward with this increase was substantial. So I'm supportive of us putting this increase in, as we've already voted in favor in it, and as part of our agreement, I believe we would be obliged to. And so since we have the number, I think it's important we capture it in the corporate plan now.
Okay, thank you very much. Members of council, any comments, debate on the motion? Okay, seeing none, I will support the motion. I believe we are committed to being part of Edmonton Global. As Deputy Mayor has mentioned through the slide presentation, through our special meeting, there is a lot of initiatives that Edmonton Global is looking at bringing into the community, and if we get a few of those, we'll have a regional benefit for everyone. So there is a kind of a trickle effect down to the town of Stony Plain. Okay. Deputy Mayor, anything else?
No closing comments. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. I'll call the question. All in favor? Oh, did you have a motion? No, that's all right. Okay. All in favor? Okay, and that is carried. Thank you. Okay, moving on, ladies and gentlemen. Any other questions, comments? Go ahead, Councillor Matties.
Thank you, Your Worship. I am referring to page 50 of 89, which is
43.
43 in our book.
Yes.
And I'm referring to the municipal operating support transfer. The surplus projected for 2020 of $2.8 million. And then 1/3 of that would transfer to the stabilization reserve of that's $933,333. That leaves a remaining amount, after we pay down the $1.607 million for the Heritage Ag Society, the Stony Central School, Legacy Fund, Tri-Leisure debenture, and the Town Office debenture. That leaves in a remaining $260,000. Then if we subtract the $23,968 that we just put into, or just included for the Edmonton Global, that leaves us with $236,032 left. And my question is that going to the reserves? Because the reserves are extraordinarily low as we move forward. It is critically important when I run a household, I make sure that I have money in the bank to be able to achieve the things that I want to achieve. And I would certainly like to see that go to the reserves, and if administration could advise.
Good. Thank you, Councillor Matties. Go ahead, Town Manager.
Your worship, I'll just have our General Manager of Corporate Services speak to that.
Your worship, through to Councillor Matties, yes, the remaining amount has been allocated to the tax levy stabilization. And as you can see throughout the plan, there were a number of requests and a number of items funded through the tax levy stabilization. So over the 3 years, most of those dollars are being allocated to those initiatives. You can see the breakdown of that on page 78 is where I'm looking. But yes, it is sitting in the tax levy stabilization reserve.
Okay, so it is going to the tax stabilization. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. If I could just follow up. So on page 54 of 89, which would be page 47 on the paper copy, the projected reserve balances. So I went back and looked at the 2019 corporate plan versus the 2020 corporate plan. In the 2019 corporate plan, in 2020, there was expected to be 3.75 million. In the 2020 plan, we're saying the reserves would be 4 million. Then in 2022, the 2019 plan said 4.2 million. In the 2022 plan, it says 2.1 million. So bottom line is, we're now reducing our reserves for 2022 by $2 million. And I would like to, when we talk about our policy of funding reserves, we're certainly taking more out than we're putting in. And I'd like to understand from administration what our policy is on this.
Administration, so I guess the question from Council Matties is the operating reserve is going down. So what are we using it for? And definitely there's good reason why that is budgeted out. And what is the kind of a reserve policy, and how do we build it back up if we like to?
Thank you, Your Worship. Again, I'll just ask our General Manager of Corporate Services to provide some further comment and clarity there.
Thank you.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Matties. So I guess part of it is changing or additional asks from departments to fund projects. So that would be why there's changes year over year in the plan. So updated projects which weren't identified in 2022 during the previous corporate plan, there may be additional asks which we funded through the reserves in the current year. Definitely a concern for us as well, as you see the declining balance of some of these reserves. One being that tax levy stabilization. There's a lot of requests and a lot of funding happening from that on the operating side. And so none of our reserves have minimum requirements currently within the policy. And so that's what we're working on to bring back in 2021 to have some council direction on that. So that there's minimum set. Currently, we have more maximum set, but in this difficult time, it's probably prudent that council give some direction around minimums, so that there's always balances there, and that there's justification as to what those minimums are, a certain percent based on the reserve, and what that reserve is for. So it's. There's a lot of conversation around that, and that's where we've, indicated that it needs a robust discussion, and that's part of our planned work for 2021 to have some further discussion around that.
And then with the funding?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. So then with regards to our funding policy, so what specifically is our funding policy to ensure that we have reserves, and that is a priority for this community?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Matties, currently there are budgeted reserve transfers from the tax base to most reserves. It's been, the same amount over a number of years. And there's a few exceptions to that on the reserves, one being the utilities. So the utility rate models do earn a return, which go into the capital utility reserves, as well as policing and public safety reserve is funded by the fines revenue, which goes right into that reserve. The rest, I'm just looking, are tax-base funded and have been on historic amounts.
On historic amounts. And if I may just ask one more question, and when was that last reviewed?
Okay, thank you. I believe the policy is coming back in 2021, so can you provide when, which quarter is that?
Your worship, the policy would have been reviewed 4 years ago. And so, there may have been slight inflationary increases to certain reserves, but it's mainly funded by tax base.
Okay. And when do we expect that policy to come to council for us to have that conversation?
Your worship, we're just working through our work plan for next year, but I would say mid-year next year.
So mid-year. Okay. Councillor Bennett?
Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to make a comment on that last item. We have reserves in order to help our community through rough times. We've just been through historic rough times. So we've used our reserves. And I think we've cushioned a lot of blows of our residents. I mean, we went from a 4% tax increase to a 1% tax increase in 2020. And so, I understand and I see the reserves going down, but I'm glad to hear that administration has put in place a time for us to talk about how we can strategically get those reserves back to where they need to be. But I don't think in this particular budget we should worry too much about our reserves and filling them up at this time. Replenishing is a better word than filling them up.
For sure. And there's a time and a place to replenish, and maybe this is not it, maybe it is. Maybe it is. So we'll have that conversation when administration brings back the policy for us to review. And if council wants to set a minimum limit and a maximum limit, that'd be a conversation for council to have at that time. And just to add to that is then when we look at maximum and minimum limits, then we also have to know what we're funding for. Usually the capital is very easy to do because we know what we're trying to fund and how much estimate it is. But operating is, as you just pointed out, Councillor Bennett, is to cushion the blow in terms of downturns in the economy, or if we go through a pandemic like we did this year, so we wouldn't have to raise taxes. So how much is enough of a cushion? So there's a good question that we should have that conversation. Okay. Go ahead, Councillor Matthews.
So I just wanted to make a comment with regards to that as well. As we're depleting our reserves, some of our costs have gone up considerably. And one of them I'm just looking at is the compensation or the labor costs that have gone up 46% over the last 5 years compared to the rest of Alberta, who has had a drop of 6%. So we do need to number one, look at cost. Number two, make sure that we have funds on hand so that when we have emergency situations that we have funds available to use them. So now my next comment is with regards to user fees and charges, because when we talk about taxes, taxes come in many forms in municipal government. And so this is from page 61 of 89. And that is page 54. So if you look at our costs for water, for sewer and stormwater, so our water rate is expected to go up 25 cents. So that is $2 a month, you know, and I just used my consumption, which was 8. So $2 a month for that. Your sewer went up 72 cents per month, so that's $2.72 for sewer and water. Our storm is going up $1.89 this year, never mind what's going to happen in 2022 and 2023, which is huge numbers, which I didn't understand. It basically set this stormwater at $8.59. I had no idea that we were going to be doubling that charge to our residents as we move forward, so we need to have a discussion about that. But anyway, what this turns out to be is $55.32 per year for our residents. That is an equivalent of a 2.5% tax increase, which then when we go to the 1.9% property tax increase, that becomes a 4.4% tax increase for our residents. And we need to be looking at I need to understand, you know, with regards to stormwater, you know, like we can't just say that, you know, we're charging 1.91 or taxing people 1.91%, because it's just not, it's not correct. It's only one taxpayer. There's only one payer. And we need to be considering that as we move forward with the expenditures that we're looking at in this community. So my question is, based on these rate increases, like if the cost of water is going up 10 cents, then why are we charging 25 cents more? And with regards to your waste, why are we charging $2 more? And why are we increasing the stormwater by 22% and then beyond that, 66% in 2022?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Mannes. Administration, did you get those, or should I repeat them?
Your worship, I believe I'll maybe start with our general manager of corporate services on some of the numbers side, and I think the question was just across the utility, so water, sewer, storm.
Yes.
Your worship, through to Councillor Bennett, or sorry, Councillor Matties. So there were a number of increased expenses, mainly around the maintenance, and the general manager of planning and infrastructure can provide you probably better context around some of that. On the storm model, so last year, if you remember, that was the first year that we had the model put in place. At that time, it was really not understood all the capital requirements and the maintenance requirements of what it takes to upkeep the storm system. And so we realized that the rate increases are high, and the plan in front of you tonight has been stripped down to only fund what we need to operate for next year. So we've taken out any return or any, if you look at the reserve, it's actually at a $0 balance. It's just funding the current operations. So we've tried to take the rates as lean as we can, realizing that it's going to take a number of years to be able to fund the amount that we need for storm. And as well, the capital projects have been stretched over a number of, you know, well beyond the 10-year plan. As the general manager of planning infrastructure mentioned yesterday, as they get more clarity around the UMBAC project, that will help us better understand where the rates will go and how to phase that in over the longer term. And I just maybe turn it over to the general manager to speak a little bit further to some of the required asks on the operating side of the utilities.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Councillor Matty. So on the operating side, I can provide some context. On the water side, our repair and maintenance of our transmission and distribution lines, for instance, we had budgeted $90,000. The increase there is $60,000 to $150,000. That's the recommendation. For information, in 2019, we spent $197,000 on repairs to our water lines. So that is that's breaks, that's repairs that come up. We have aging infrastructure that we have to fix. It's not like it's optional. On the sewer side, we have a budget of 70,000. We spent 180,000 last year, so we increased the budget modestly to 120, waiting to see if last year, how much of an anomaly last year was in relation to sewer sags and repairs we have to do to sewers. On the storm side, again, you see the things that we have to fix, including the things like the creek dredging, which went on this year. Those things cost money. Previously, we had no money in the budget to do those types of things. We increased the R&M storm drainage from $45,000 to $100,000 by $55,000 in order to catch up on some of the, I would say, things that were somewhat left behind in the last few years. So on the operating side, there is that's the context I can provide at this time. We do have aging infrastructure, and as well on the capital side, there is we've started to put in a regular an amount to change out some of our infrastructure. You know, whether it be a few catch basins every year, or a few valves every year. If we had a valve backlog that we have to fix, that's in the plan. When you can't operate valves, it's dangerous for your system, and so we need to get those looked after. Catch basin repairs. These are just things we have to keep up with, otherwise you end up with large backlogs. So that would be the context I could provide at this time.
Okay. Go ahead.
So, thank you, Your Worship. So may I ask then, the amount that you're asking for is a must that we have to do? These are have to do things, and that requires that amount of money, and there's no other way we're getting it? Like, for example, reducing some of the new and shiny things that we might be considering versus and looking after the infrastructure and the needs of our community today.
Okay, go ahead, General Manager.
Well, this infrastructure is one of the services required, our residents require it for their quality of life. So we have to keep these things running and operating. So and utilities is operated as a self-sustaining cost center. And so the costs that you see in front of you are what it takes to run the utility in that manner.
Your Worship, too, and just a little bit further there. The other thing, excuse me, that we try to do as well as most municipalities in Alberta, I mean, essentially the utility services, water, sewer, and now storm, are standalone in that, you know, we like to set them up so that they're not impacted by anything other than their requirements. So whether that's taking money from other areas of the budget, so to speak, and putting it in, or taking it out of the water and sewer and moving it into general revenue. So, I mean, just for a little bit of clarity on that side, I mean, our utility doesn't necessarily pay a dividend, so to speak, like some large, you know, municipally owned corporations will. So we try to keep the finances, so to speak, as separate as possible.
And Your Worship, I would clarify one item, that we did fund the UMBAC storm design from the federal gas tax fund, which typically we wouldn't fund utilities from that grant. But because the storm model is new and was not able to fund all of the capital requirements, we felt like that was a good funding source for 2021 to enable that project to move forward.
Thank you. I was going to follow up on that, one of the answers that was provided to council. Administration mentioned that there is, under the current user fee for water and wastewater, there was 0 transfers to reserves. Is that correct?
For the storm utility, that is correct. Well, there is a transfer to reserves, but it's being spent on current capital requirements within 2021.
Okay, so we're not building up a reserve for future unforeseen
That is
conditions
correct.
that happen in the storm.
So at the end of 2021, that balance will be 0.
Okay. If I can ask council to turn to page 37 of the corporate plan, or 44 if you're looking at the digital copy. I noticed overall there's an increase in transportation, and I think the general manager made mention about fixing potholes and et cetera. So has the pavement quality index been factored into this plan? I know we just received it recently, and that was designed to help us plan better. So were those figures and numbers and suggestions brought into this corporate plan? Did the administration, did you guys have time to do that?
Your worship, I'll have our general manager of planning and infrastructure speak to that.
Thank you, Your Worship. So the answer is the pavement quality management plan that's been developed has not made its way into the corporate plan yet. The money for that we assume will mainly come from on the capital side, and as you may remember in the slides from yesterday, the $3.5 million is a number. It's $2 million this year, but in 2021, but it's a $3.5 million over the length of the period for road infrastructure, and whether that goes, what type of treatments that goes into would be determined in the future. Of course, that is dependent on the MSI future and successor being provided by the province, because that's where that money does come from.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Deputy Mayor, you have the chair.
Thank you, Your Worship. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. You know, as a council, we've talked about things of improving the quality of life for our residents and for the region. And one of the things that I hear a lot about is you know, how wonderful Veterans Boulevard is for residents on the east side of Stony Plain. Accessibility, the ability to move back and forth, the connection to the rest of town. One of the things that are missing is the Boundary Road North linkage into a couple of residential properties there, some farms, also the Catholic Church, and then also the connection to Grove Drive. I think an amenity like that, and the connection like that would improve the kind of the quality of life for residents, especially that drive back and forth, and especially our students that are attending a couple of those schools in that area. So I'd like to propose a motion that that administration include in the 2021 corporate plan a partnership project with the City of Spruce Grove for the engineering design of Boundary Road North with funding to be determined and recommended as part of the finalized corporate plan on November 23rd, 2020. I think this has been on our radar many years now, so if administration can pull that up.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. And I will ask a question of administration. Given that that is 20 days from today, does administration feel that they would be able to have an accurate funding amount determined by November 23rd to present to council?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and to the rest of council. I believe we would be able to, you know, in conjunction with our partners over at Spruce Grove, I know that they've done some work on this, and we would do our best to nail down the accuracy of what that would be. Between now and the 23rd, I think we could get that number, and it would be as accurate as a 20-day number would be, I guess, is the way I would think. I think they've done some work. I think we can get it in front of council in that time frame. So I guess the answer is a reasonably solid yes.
Thank you very much. Your Worship, any opening comments?
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Chair, again, I ask members of council to support this. This is a kind of initiative that the City of Spruce Grove and Stony Plain has talked about for many years. It does add to the quality of life for residents. Just never mind the ability for Parkland School Division and Evergreen School Division to be able to transport their children back and forth without having to go through Spruce Grove and backtrack, which costs a lot of time, definitely additional dollars in terms of transportation for the school division, and just the ease for residents. And this also opens up the conversation for maybe future partnerships in terms of a rotary trail that connects Stony Plain to Spruce Grove. But this is an initial phase that we need to look at, connecting Stony Plain to Spruce Grove.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. And I will open the floor for questions and comments from council. Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'm wondering, Mr. Mayor, if you have any idea, or if our town manager has any idea, if the city of Spruce Grove is also including a motion, something like this, into their corporate plan.
Thank you, Councillor Bennett. Administration.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, through to Councillor Bennett. It's my understanding that Spruce Grove will be having some dialogue or discussion about this particular topic during their corporate plan meetings. In my quick check-ins with their interim CAO, that seemed to be the case. I can't absolutely verify that, but that was what I was led to believe.
Thank you.
Very much. I believe as well, if this would not appear in Spruce Grove's corporate plan after their discussions, which I believe are the same time as ours, this would then come back to us on the 23rd as not a partnership, therefore there would not be an initiative to move forward. Any other questions or comments? Councillor Mattis?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. My question's for the Mayor in terms of what typically would this cost and where would you expect the funding to come from?
Your Worship.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So again, maybe I'm not 100%, but I'm sure administration can provide some more detail. I believe for functional engineering design of this might be around $500,000, around that. Because this is a one-time thing, it would be allocated from MSI grant funding, some kind of funding, or reserves, because it's not an ongoing charge, so it will not be added to the tax base. And again, the motion is to look at a partnership project with the city of Spruce Grove. So if this passes in our chambers and a similar motion is not passed in the city of Spruce Grove chambers, then this motion is dead in the water. It is not the fact that we're doing this by ourselves, we're looking at partnership.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, I do have one. Your Worship, you mentioned funding to be determined and recommended as part of the finalized corporate plan. Are you looking at the full funding for the engineer design to be funded in the 2021 corporate plan, or are you looking for the partnership project to be entertained with the funding amongst Spruce Grove and Stony Plain determined for the full cost of the capital project for a future corporate plan?
No, this is just for the engineering design. The full cost will come, if council approves this and Spruce Grove Council does, then we will go ahead and do the engineering designs, and then the full cost will come back to another corporate plan for council to decide. So we're not saying we're doing everything. We're just saying we need to have some engineering design so we know how much it costs, and then we can have a fulsome conversation with the city of Spruce Grove.
Thank you, Your Worship. And to administration, I guess this would likely be similar to the engineering design that we saw for the completion of South Park Drive. Can you refresh council's memory as to what the cost for the engineering design on the South Park Drive extension was?
Your Worship, I'll maybe see if the General Manager of Planning and Infrastructure can refresh our minds on that.
Your Worship, through you to the Deputy Mayor Laurie, I believe that we spent the cost of the functional or the preliminary design on South Park Drive was in the neighborhood of $100,000.
Thank you very much. Any other questions or comments? Councillor Mattis.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just my question to the Mayor or to administration with regards to the economic benefit of doing this. So I understand that it would be helpful to the quality of life and simplifying things, but I'm not sure of the economic benefit of doing that road right now.
Thank you. And I think I can answer that because if you've looked at kind of some of the, I guess, land for sale sites, Remax Edmonton has been advertising a development on the Stony Plains northwest corner of 16A and Boundary Road. So if we have an engineering design, then that will assist them in marketing that property. And if that happens, that might spur on some development. If that happens, then we can accelerate the completion of Boundary Road North as well. So again, until we know the cost, we can't even entertain a conversation with the developers if they develop to get offsite levies to help pay for the cost.
Thank you, Your Worship. Anything else from council? Seeing none, Your Worship, would you like to close?
I think I've said my, thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. With that, we'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion is carried, and I will pass the chair back to you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Members of council, more questions, debate, conversation? Councillor Laurie, go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. Referring to page 60 in our printed package, which would be page 67 for those on digital. I'd like to propose a motion that Council's COLA increase match that for the COLA increase in the non-unionized staff at 0.05%. I'll speak to that, Your Worship. Okay. So though insignificant from a financial perspective, I think this change is necessary. I don't think as council we should ever be looking to have a COLA step increase that would be higher than that of which we are providing to the staff. So again, although the financial impact of this decision is very minimal, I think there is a specific impact to our employees to show some solidarity that we're not willing to take anything higher than they are able to.
Okay. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And the reason why it's built in there at that is because it's set by policy and only council can change their policy. So thank you for bringing that forward. So if council is wondering what that amounts to in terms of dollars and cents, it is a reduction of $1,562.50. Thank you. Councillor Mattis?
I'd like to make an amendment to that motion that the 2021 corporate plan include the following items: a 0% COLA increase for non-union staff, no merit step increases have been included, and a 0% increase plus 1%, sorry, 1.5% increase plus a 0% COLA increase to council, totaling 2.5%. And the reason for that,
okay, just you know what, it's going to get really muddy. So this Deputy Mayor's motion is just to do with COLA.
so mine is exactly the same thing. It's just basically bringing it to zero for both administration and council.
Yes, but that makes it different than what Councillor Laurie had, because he did not mention non-union staff. Okay. So you can make that motion after. But he didn't mention them because there was no change to them. There was no intent because there was
staff included in my motion. It is to council only.
So thank you, Deputy Mayor. So yeah, so his motion was just to change council, and it was not to change admin staff. So the motion would be, if you wanted to make this 0, you can do that. To add more, then it changes the motion. So it'd be 2 separate motions.
Sorry,
if you want to, so the motion by the Deputy Mayor is to reduce the COLA increase to 0.5 from 1%.
Right.
If you want to make an amendment, you can make that 0 if you want. Then we can debate that amendment and then vote on it.
Okay, but then with
COLA would be for non-union would be another motion.
Okay, so then my amendment would be to reduce it to 0%.
Yes, if that's what you would like to.
And I will not accept that as a friendly amendment.
No. Okay. Councillor Mattis, do you want to speak to the amendment?
Yes, I do, and I'm going to be a little long-winded, so I apologize. Everybody will have to put up with me for a few moments. So going back to my comment yesterday with regards to the Canadian Taxpayer Federation Municipal Labor Cost Report, from 2014 to 2018, so this was from the time of the beginning of the oil price collapse to 2018, the most recent data for most governments. So this is where the information was from. The Alberta municipal government labor costs increased by 16.9%, so almost 17%, versus the total compensation for Alberta employees of a reduction of 6%. Provincial government labor costs increased by 12.7%. In terms of Stony Plain, we are the sixth highest of all the mid-sized municipalities from 5,000 to 30,000. Our labor cost growth was 43.3%. We just saw the addition today that we were provided, which is 46.6%. Our overall cost of labor has gone from about 32% of our expenses to almost 40% of our expenses over that time period and up to today. Also, if you look at the 74 mid-sized cities, if you look at the average cost, it is 32% of the budget of expenses. And we're almost at 40% as of 2021 projection. So I feel very strongly that we need to, and I would really rather have had a separate discussion about this, but the point is that we need to be reducing the cost of labor. And we also need to be evaluating the cost of labor relative to not only our municipal partners, but also we should be taking a look at key positions in our organization and comparing them to the private sector. So this is why I would suggest a 0% increase. And you know what? I don't believe council is part of this. I think council salaries have never kept up pace. And I feel terrible that somebody is suggesting that we need to go to match the adjustment to the non-union staff. But bottom line is, if that's what it takes is to go to 0% to everybody, that's why I'm suggesting 0%.
Okay. Thank you. So with amendment from Council Matties, if it passes, the reduction to 0% increase in COLA would be $3,125 to the budget. I'll open up the floor. Council Petchko.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Through to Councillor Matties. I think so while I agree with you on certain things, I think we're crossing over into a number of issues that really need to be dealt with. And maybe I'll look for some guidance from Your Worship or through to administration. We're talking about a number of things here. Now, I realize we can't do anything with the union staff because it's something that gets increased anyway. However, my concern comes when we are talking about non-union employees and not allowing them the ability to have a bit of an increase the same as a union employee would be. So we're setting a bit of a double standard in my view, and I struggle with that a bit because I think all of our employees are key employees for our community. And again, I think we're talking about a number of things here. I get we're trying to talk about a increase for council, but you've stepped over that by bringing the whole thing into play. So at what point in time, I guess, your mayor or administration, do we open this discussion for that whole aspect of it? Because it is a discussion that needs to be had.
So, Councilor Petchko, then the motion needs to be voted on, either amendment yes or no, and the original motion can be voted on yes or no. And then from that, if a council wants to introduce another motion that deals with all three at the same time, can be done as well. I think I just heard comments from Council Matties so that she would prefer the council to stay where it is, but to reduce non-union to 0. I believe that was your original comment. Mm-hmm. Right?
we went to zero, we save off of the 2021 budget, $3,000.
$125.
And the other figure was 26 or 2,700, if I,
Well, if the .5 motion made by Deputy Mayor would save $1,562.
if there's anybody ahead of me in the queue, if not, I'll continue. Thank you, Your Worship. To me, it's a very minuscule amount of money, but it's the perception that is bigger in my mind here. I don't think we have to go down to the zero. I think we show good faith amongst our employees. If we go down again to the non-union staff at 0.05, I would not like to see us get the additional 1.5. I think that's, this time of in our history, it's not a good point at all. So I will not be supporting the COLA going down to 0%.
Any comments? I see none. Councillor Matthews?
The point that I'm making is that I believe that we have to have a reduction of labor costs, based on what I've seen. Now, I've asked for more information. I did get some information, but it just tells me that our costs have increased significantly, and I'm open to having a further discussion about it. I honestly feel that the adjustment to the cost of living, I was basically just putting it across the board for both. But I wish for council and for future councils that the income could increase, because you have to pay people to do this work. And every time we cut back on something, which is what my fellow councillor has opted to do, it impacts us, and it impacts the future people that come to do this work. So anyways, I chose to go to 0%, but it's not what my wish is. It is basically, it was just a comment to across the board to have a 0% for the administrative side.
Okay, so
Just bottom line, just vote on it, it's okay.
no, I'm just trying to understand your thing, because I think you did not want a decrease in COLA for council compensation.
Yeah, I do not.
So,
But what I want is, basically.
so you can leave that at, and
Okay, I'll take my motion away, how's that?
yeah, so then you can actually make the amendment to leave it, to speak against Deputy Mayor's motion, and then ask for support from members of council to vote against it. Because if that motion is defeated, then it stays at 1%.
Okay.
So if your
Yes,
intention is to leave at
I'll
1%?
remove my amendment,
Okay,
yes,
okay.
then.
Okay, so we'll come back to this, because now the motion is by Deputy Mayors to reduce council's COLA to 0.5 to match non-union staff. Okay, so we'll debate that. And then I think you have some opening comments.
Worship, and again, I'll make it short and sweet, similar to Councillor Loy's comments. Again, this is not something that has much of a financial impact at all. However, this is something that I feel when we are looking at our employees and what we are expecting our employees to expect. As we read through the corporate plan, it was noted that the employees were supposed to be getting a 1% COLA increase. However, administration has already taken the step to bring that down to 0.5%. And so I think, again, from a council perspective, I couldn't sit here and willingly take a 1% COLA increase if that's not the same as our staff are going to.
Okay. Sounds good. So, questions, comments? Okay, I'll provide some comments. I think what I've heard around the table is that motion is made purely out of perception of that if staff are getting 0.5, then council should be getting 0.5. And I would not disagree with you, but our policy does say 1%. And that policy was recommended to council because of the current salary and income that council was using. So the question is, do we change it year by year, or do we just adopt the policy and let it be? That's one of the biggest questions. 0.5 or 1, which 0.5 is 1,500 and saving $1,500. We spent more time arguing and debating $1,500 than some of the bigger issues. So to me, this is perception-wise, I will not support in favor because I did vote in favor of the council policy. At some point, we need to stick and adhere to those policies that we've kind of passed. Okay, any other comments? Go ahead.
I appreciate your views, Your Worship, and I would argue it's not perception, it's respect. And it is showing respect for our employees that, you know, they also were anticipating COLA. They also have in place through their policies that show that they are to receive COLA. However, it's not a guarantee. And I think that's the same from our standpoint is, you know, COLA fluctuates and it fluctuates on a regular basis. And it is one thing that we can look at, you know, if we didn't fluctuate COLA, if we did not recognize COLA for our staff and bring that down to 0.5%, we would be looking at another $47,000 or another 0.28% tax increase. And so I think, again, this is out of respect for that administration has brought forward that the staff are being reduced from 1 to 0.5%. And I would say that I would respect council taking the same COLA as staff, not any more or any less.
Thank you. With that, I'll call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Okay. And that's passed 5-2. Thank you. Moving on, I think Councilor Mattis, you mentioned that you wanted to make a motion to zero the COLA increase for non-union staff. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Basically, based on the information that I have in front of me, provided by administration and provided through the Canadian Taxpayer Federation that provided the reports, which included our community. The cost of labor has gone up significantly, 46%, while the rest of Alberta has declined by 6%. There's a point when we have to say that we have to start bringing that back. And it's not that I believe that our organization is overpaid. I think it's gotten ahead, just like many other municipalities have gotten ahead in an economic environment where other Albertans have gone backwards. And these types of things happen over time. You go through the history in Alberta, these things happen over time. So what I'm asking is that we start slowly back adjusting this compensation so that we are in line with equivalent types of positions elsewhere. So my motion is to reduce the COLA to non-union staff to 0%.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councilor Mattis. So that would be a savings of $47,000. Councilor Plachko, you're first on the queue. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. To administration, we talk about a 43% increase over the last few years to our town employees' pay grid, when we talk about a 6% decrease over that same period in the province. Can you tell me our pay grid system comparative to other communities? Where do we sit in proportion to communities the same size as ours?
Sure. Your Worship, through to Councillor Plechko, the rest of the council. I'm just going to ask our General Manager of Corporate Services. I believe we do our quarterly or every 4 years salary surveys. 3? Can you speak to that?
Yes, we do a comparative compensation review every 3 years. We did one last year where we compared to other municipalities, which found the grids were a little bit low. And so we had recommended a 2% grid adjustment, which was done in the prior year to get us to the median of market. So sort of the goal is to pay around that 50th percentile for staff compensation.
Okay. So we're at, when we do a comparison, we're at 50th percentile?
Yes, Your Worship. I mean, the market is always changing, but at that time, that was the goal, and we were slightly on the low side, is what the consultant found and brought back the recommendations.
Okay. Deputy Mayor, and then you're next.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a couple of comments. The first is, being familiar with some of the history as to what's gone on. In the past, Stony Plain significantly lagged behind when it came to the compensation, and it created a issue as to where staff retention and so on was a challenge. And I do remember the reports coming forward for the reviews and the compensation reviews and what we felt that would do for the municipality as a whole. And so even though it shows that we have a high increase, it shows we have a high increase because we severely lag behind. And so in order to catch up, you need a higher increase than somebody who's already in line and just needs to stay in line. So I think that number can be a little misleading. The second number that I think can be a little misleading is I would also challenge that we should actually just compare our overall budget numbers, because it is correct that a higher percentage of our budget does go to labor, but I bet you we've got a significantly smaller budget. And with a significantly smaller budget, that means we don't have as much room to have less money going into labor. So if we're dealing with 40 million and a community of like size is dealing with a budget of 60 million, well, likelihood is we're using approximately the same amount of employees, maybe a little more, a little less here or there, but their percentage of budget going to labor is going to be significantly less. I also think we get what we pay for, and by paying good salaries and having good compensation packages, we receive quality services by quality employees who work hard for our municipality. And the last point that I'll make is, as was mentioned a little bit before, this is non-unionized employees. We have specific contracts with unionized employees that deal with their salaries and the specific increases. If we turn around and we reduce this to zero, all we're doing is creating a higher wage gap and more disparity between our unionized and our non-unionized employees. And I don't think that's fair to our non-unionized employees who don't have that representation working for them. So I would not be able to support this motion.
Okay. Councillor Loy?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I'd just like to reminded myself and the others that quite a few years back, we did have a study done on our wage structure. We had outside consultants come in. I think we had 11 steps in various levels, and we decreased it down to 9, and I think it is still at 9. I don't think we've shrunk it down to 7. I could be wrong. So there has been an external review on that. Point number 2 here is that yes, I think when we look at our salaries, if we're looking at I call them clerical support, let's say at the front counters, which every municipality has them, as long as those wages and benefits or something like that are comparable, that's what we should really be looking at. That to me is important, and that's all the levels as well. The third thing is if you don't pay people properly, the cost of losing somebody, rehiring and retraining is astronomical in a lot of ways. So we have to take that into consideration. And I just really want to capitalize on Councillor Laurie's comment too. By not giving the non-union staff anything, that financial gap between union and non-union is now worse. And again, if we go back, I use the word perception, maybe it's not, maybe the correct word is respect. Do they say we're not showing them any respect? For that reason, I would not be wanting the non-union staff to go to 0%. Thank you, Your Worship.
Okay. Councillor Bennett, you had your hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I concur with the two previous speakers. I think that they made their points very well. I'll just speak to the survey or the information that Councillor Matty has brought forth. It's been my experience that any time you start bringing in outside comparisons, the Canadian Taxpayers Association, what are we looking at when we're looking at that? Like, have they done an average of all workers within within Alberta, and that's the average that they've come up with? Like, we can't be mixing different positions and different job levels and saying, this is what this is saying, so we need to lower ours. I've sat here for many years, Mr. Mayor, as you know, and our staff, in my opinion, have never gotten an increase that they truly deserve. And it seemed to me a few years ago, probably before this last election, it always seems to be the easiest place to cut is someone else's wages. And for those reasons, I don't have that survey in front of me. I can't compare what that survey is talking about with the COLA of our staff. So I will not support this motion either.
Thank you. Councillor Meyer, please.
I just have a question, if I could. Because I've listened to my fellow councillors, and one of the points they've made is the disparity that we will be creating between our unionized and non-unionized staff. I'm just curious, so that I can understand who we are talking about. Who and how many does this COLA affect? I guess that would be a question for administration.
Okay. So non-union staff are all office staff and the managers and above at Public Works.
Okay, and roughly, could we know how many people we're talking about?
Okay.
Your worship, I'll stand to be corrected by one of the general managers. So in scope, unionized positions, I believe we have about 32, 37 in that neighborhood. And just for clarity, as the mayor indicated, our in-scope positions are what you would consider or you would see as frontline public works staff. So down at the public workshop, arena, Heritage Park, sort of those positions that you'll see out and about in the organization.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, and if you go to, maybe your worship, so to flip that number back to the out of scope, I think we would be, give or take into the 50, 60 full-times, or GM's got the number there. So
102 non-union, approximately.
So that would just, I'm just going to ask the question myself here, but would that be individuals or full-time equivalents? Like, there's a bit of a difference there. If you're, sorry, Your Worship, I don't mean to sidetrack. I don't know if you guys need that answer, but often in the corporate plan, you'll see the term FTE, and sometimes that'll mean there's more than one individual. We have different casual positions, permanent part-times, and so on and so forth. But I think we're referring to FTEs at this point in time.
Thank you, Town Manager. So the calculation or the question was asked in regards to how many people would this impact, and so I added up the total people, not FTEs. So that is the number of town employees that would be not FTEs. The number again was 102.
Thank you. Councilor Meyer, anything else?
No, thank you.
Okay. Any comments? Councilor Mattis, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. A couple of comments. So just first of all, I want to clarify that when I'm referring to labor costs are salary and benefits. So it's just not the salary that we provide. And I have asked at prior council meetings that we do have a review of benefits to see if there are ways that we can look at reducing costs, because those things creep up quite quickly. In terms of the question that Deputy Mayor Laurie had talked about with regards to the size of our community. The mid-sized communities, they basically range from 5,000 to 30,000. There were 74 of those mid-sized cities. And I did the calculation, and on average, their labor costs, so that's salary and benefits, were 32% of operating budget. So that's the average of that group. And we're approaching 40%. So that has to be a little bit of a flag. And believe me, I would like to pay you guys the moon too. And I know everybody here is going to not support this based on what I have heard. But the point is that there's a disconnect between what's happening in the private sector and what's happening in government in general. But what's happened in municipal government has been a significant increase relative to what's happening in the private sector. And the fellow that did this report, so first of all, the Canadian Taxpayer Federation, they were just taking facts from the municipalities. There's nothing hidden, whatever. This is about the cost of labor. So I'm asking that we look at the cost of our labor, because it's a huge cost to our community. It's how we pay through that is through the taxpayer, and we are responsible to the taxpayer. So we should be standing here and saying we need to be reviewing this or having administration review this, not only comparing municipality to municipality, but also comparative positions. So for example, a bank would have a receptionist. A bank would have an administrative or executive assistant. So how would that individual salary compare and benefits compare? We have to be in touch with our overall society that we live in, and that we can't go ahead or creep ahead because we were not as touched by the rest of the residents in Alberta. The individual, Franco Terrazzano, he's an economist, and he is with the Chamber of Commerce in Alberta, plus he is the chair of the Canadian Taxpayers Federation as well. I mean, bottom line is he's just stating some facts in this, and I hope you all read it. So that is why I am suggesting 0% as a small start to start looking at this. And here nor there, if this is not supported, I would still like to see a review of our overall costs.
Okay. Any other comments? Maybe just a question for administrative staff. It was mentioned that we have 102 employees that are not part of the union staff. Are they eligible to join a union?
Pardon me, sorry?
The 102 members that are currently not part of a union, are they eligible, or could they join a union? Is there
Your worship, I guess I would answer that
union?
You know, eligibility to join unions is I believe, a charter right here in Canada, and anybody is able to collectively come together and follow the process for unionization, including our staff.
Okay, and then so for my information, I didn't write this down, but what has been the increases for unionized staff over the last 3 years, and what has the increases been for non-unionized staff?
Your worship, we can, I believe, find those numbers. Got some head nodding over there, so if you want to give us an opportunity to do so, I believe they're working on that.
Okay, thank you. I'll just provide some more comments before that number comes, and I'll go to Councillor Meyer. I think, you know what, Councillor Mattis has raised a good question for us to review as a council, but I don't think it's to be done here at the corporate planning stage. We have two sectors of our community, of our staff, unionized and non-unionized. I've just asked the question, can our non-unionized employees form a union or join a union? The answer is yes. If that happens, then our costs will go up, guaranteed. Even if they get the same pay, the union dues will, then we're at a point where we're negotiating with unions all the time instead of trying to make something that's relevant to what the unions are getting so that our staff here feel appreciated and wanted. That's why I asked the question of what the increases have been. I know this has been a really hard year, and we've held the line on quite a few years. And even now with a 1% COLA, staff themselves reduce it to 0.5. By that, if we go to 0 and the unionized ones are getting 2%, that increases that disparity. So that pushes more pressure on the 102 staff in town Stony and Plain to formalize and to join a union, which then, to the whole thought, the process of saving money will cost the town more money. Councillor Meyer?
Thank you, Your Worship. I was wondering, through you to administration, if administration could just detail for me the impacts of COVID on both union and non-unionized staff's hours this year. Basically, I'm looking for, did we, I know we closed a number of facilities. Did those members, were they union, non-union, were they paid through it, were they not paid through it, is what I'm kind of looking for.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Meyer there, I can provide some overview comments on there, or maybe a refresher as it comes through my head. So, you mean some of the policy decisions made administratively, through going back into March, April spring budget adjustments. So, I believe we had 6 layoffs, 4. Just looking. Someone just speak up. How many did we do? 6?
12. It was 12 layoffs.
4?
12.
12.
1, 2.
Yeah, 12 overall. So we did those layoffs from roughly May 1st to August 31st. So those particular individuals were, put into that furlough layoff, were eligible for whatever federal funding and programs that they would have been eligible for. We also, frankly, asked/imposed mandatory time off without pay. So across the organization, so this would have been the numbers you were quoted earlier, both union and non-union, were asked to take 4 days or 5? 4? 4 days off without pay. I'll note it because it's also part of that. The members of the senior leadership team, including our FCSS executive director, were asked to take 10, I believe, or 9. I can't remember. 9. Days off without pay. So, those were some of the things that we asked our staff or imposed, frankly, as part of that turnaround there. I'm going to stop there. I'm just, if there was something else that Councillor Meyer was looking for. Those are the first few things that came on the top of my head. I know my general managers probably have a couple more. I'll maybe just ask our general manager of corporate services if there was anything further along those lines.
I think that summarizes it. The layoffs were all non-union staff, and the unpaid days were for both categories of staff. I also have the increases previous to the previous question, which I can email, is probably the easiest of the non-union versus the union, rather than me rattling them off. So I can send that via email to council as well.
Sorry, can I have a follow-up or just clarity in regards to the 4 days of no pay versus the 9 days of no pay? You gave
the 4 days was across the board for the entire organization. Members of the senior leadership team, so myself, the general managers, and our executive director of FCSS volunteered, or so to speak, took another 5 days. So 9 days total for members of the senior leadership team, 4 days total for everyone else.
Thank you.
Any more questions, comments? Council Manager, I'll let you close.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm just going to close by reading two short paragraphs from this article. It says, Alberta municipal government labor costs out of touch with reality. Struggling families and businesses can't afford to pay big property tax bills to fund bloated municipal governments. Alberta municipalities need to reduce that burden by addressing the cost elephant in the room, labor. Alberta municipal government labor costs have increased by nearly $873 million, or 17%, outpacing population growth of 5%, inflation of 7%. But more importantly, when municipal government labor costs increased by hundreds of millions of dollars, total compensation paid to all Alberta employees declined by 6%. So this is, factual information, and it's something that we do need to consider. So this is again why I have suggested a small step in that direction, and I hope that you support it.
Thank you. I'll call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Okay, that's defeated. Hands up. Councilor Meyer?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I propose a motion to replenish our Recreation and Culture Reserve Fund. We heard earlier this evening that we zeroed our previous reserves in that category to help finance the design plans, and as we see in our corporate plan, there will be more expenses when it comes to recreation, and so I think it's only prudent to put some dollars aside. I'm thinking $50,000 to that reserve would be appropriate.
Okay, so Councilor Meyer, your motion would be to add $50,000 to the recreational reserve. Okay. And if council wants to follow along, that's page 78 in our corporate plan, or 85 if you're following along on the agenda online. I think Councilor Meyer would be looking at the reserve, which is recreational and culture, which is at 0. That'd be 78, so add 7 would be 85. I think my math is still good. 78 plus. Yes. Okay, thank you, Councilor Meyer. Members of council, questions, comments, debate. Councilor Loy, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. It's a great motion, but I think, unfortunately, Councilor Myers, the timing is not appropriate at this time. We're struggling. We struggled all last year, and we're going to be struggling again this year. If money has to be found for certain things, we have other ways of doing it in the 2021 budget. So for that reason, I think if it was made for 2022, that may be a different, maybe received more favorably, but not for this particular budget. That's my comment, sir.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship, and I'd concur with Councillor Loy's comments. I think again, the notion of the motion is a great aspect, and I agree. At some point in time, we definitely need to look at replenishing our reserves, not just this reserve, but all of our reserves. I just don't think that at this exact moment it's the right time. I would actually be really interested to potentially see this motion come back when we get our spring adjustments, after we've seen the final audited financial statements for this year and how we fared and how our surplus looks at that point in time, to see if there's maybe something that we can do if we do have a surplus over, above and beyond what administration is predicting and that we've already allocated to certain projects. I'd be interested to see at that point in time if we would have some dollars that we could put back into the reserve to replenish it then, but I wouldn't be able to support it at this exact moment.
Okay. Any other comments? I will provide some comments. I think it is a good motion, Councilor Meyer. I do have a hard time supporting it at this point in time, as the way the current fiscal market is. It's kind of hard to raise taxes to put money away for something in the future that we know we eventually need, but is this the right time? And I don't think quite is the right time at this point. I'll let you go summarize.
One more thing.
Oh, Councilor Matthews, go ahead. Sorry,
Thank you.
didn't see your hand.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just am not exactly clear, and it might have already been stated, but with regards to the recreation and culture, the funds are used for what versus, say, the community center that has 200,000 in it?
Sorry, Your Worship, the question just was what that reserve is for, the community center?
Yeah, basically, I mean, I guess the broader question is, like, you know, with recreation, culture, community center, can they not be one, or do they need to be separate, or, and why is one at 0 and the other one's at 209,000, and what is the reason why we would have 209,000 for the community center?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Matty. So the life cycle for the community center would be, you know, for the life cycling of those, so, you know, furnace replacement or flooring replacements, those types of ongoing maintenance costs. I believe the Recreation and Culture Reserve was a motion of council a couple of years back. I can't remember where it came. I think it was from the Heritage Park Overborough, to put some money towards recreation, knowing that the recreation center was coming. And so that reserve was created at that time.
Okay.
So specifically, it's for capital, so to purchase some capital for that, for the recreation or culture?
Your
And
Worship.
not for dealing with operations or anything?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, and that's correct. So again, with the life cycle reserves are earmarked for a building, and this reserve was created as we built phase 3 of Heritage Park. We had the design, we're going forward. We asked our regional neighbors for contributions. They both stepped up to provide some funds for the town of Stony Plain. Therefore, we were in position of a surplus. So we put this into the Culture and Recreation Reserve that we created for capital, because we knew through our planning and our strategic plan that we would eventually be looking at a recreational center. So that money was used and pulled out now for the design and everything else, so it is coming there. Councillor Myers does make a good point of trying to rebuild it for the future, but I think my advice would be just bring it back another time and just let us finish this. Okay, do you want to summarize?
Yes, having listened to my fellow councillors, I appreciate that there is sort of support for it, but the timing is bad. And that's why I would like to know if I could amend this and maybe move it to say for 2022. This way it stays at the top of everybody's attention, and it finds its way into the corporate plan next year, then maybe.
So in principle, we can do that because we can't really tie the next year's corporate plan. However, if you look at the initial comments by administrative staff, that we're projecting a surplus at the end of this year from the cost savings that the town has done. By policy, 1/3 has to go to the tax stabilization reserve. The other one is already earmarked, but there is some money that council can direct. So maybe, as Deputy Mayor mentioned, that maybe at that time when we're dealing with the finalization of the 2020 budget, there could be a motion made to add it to that reserve at that time.
You know what then, Your Worship, I will withdraw my motion, and I will put it forward at that time.
Okay, thank you. Okay, has administration found me the numbers yet for the increases?
Yes, Your Worship, I have emailed them to council. If you'd like me to read them out, I can do that.
Sorry, I wasn't looking at my email, but yeah, please go ahead.
So for 2014, non-union increase was 1.3%, union was 2%. 2015, non-union was 2.6% for both non-union and union. 2016, non-union was a 1.3% increase and a 3.8% for union. 2017, there was a 0% of freeze for non-union and a 3% for union. 2018 was a 1% for non-union, a 2.5% for union. 2019 was 1% non-union, 1.5% union. And 2020 was a 2% grid adjustment for non-union and a 2.5% increase for union.
Thank you for those numbers. And then that goes to my comments earlier about the fact that we have two kind of different segments of workers in our community. We do have a unionized staff that will negotiate, and as we all know, they're relentless to make sure that they get increases each and every year. And to secure our, I guess, our staff here to make sure that they feel valued, that we need to at least make some kind of attempt to make a close adjustment to that. Councillor Loy?
Yes, Your Worship, just a quick question. There was, I think, 6 years there that you averaged, or a total, whatever it happens to be. What is the average then over the 6 years for each one? Union, non-union, please?
Non-union is 1.3%. Union is 2.6%.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes. Thank you. You know, it is, yes, let us take another 8 to 10 minute recess. Thank you very much. Okay, we're back from recess and it's moving on with our corporate plan. Councillor Pletchko.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to put forward a motion at this time to put a 2-year hiring freeze on all hiring within our community. Like me to speak to that?
Go ahead.
So I feel at this time, I do a lot of traveling within the communities around businesses and everything with COVID-19 in place. And I believe we have an opportunity to look at all the efficiencies within our organizations because there's a lot less going on within our communities. I realize that there's more when it comes to the health and safety side of it, but the overall, I believe, from what I'm understanding, is there's a fair bit less out there today for things going on. I also think it's, we sit here today and I've listened to us beat up our own employees and try to cut their wages and take things away. And yet at the same time, we have proposed more hiring. So I struggle with the two principles here. Really, we have one principle that says we need to cut and another one that says we need to hire. And I can appreciate that it's come forward at this time, but I've also heard through administration, through the conversations that we've had, that some of it is a need that they thought would be okay at this time. I think for myself, I think it's important that we consider all aspects of what we're doing. And when we're looking to save, here's an opportunity to save a little bit more without having to cut within our own community.
Okay. Let's double check that. So with this motion, 2-year hiring freeze means that the 0.5 position that is requested this year gets removed. The 1.75 members for municipal services clerk at the RCM station is also removed. The IT guy is removed. So can administration list the positions that will not be filled if this motion is passed? Yes, and a dollar value.
Council to page 19 of the printed corporate plan, which would indicate the positions affected, so to speak, by the motion should it pass. And maybe we'll just ask the general manager of CAPS for a comment on municipal clerks as well.
Your worship, excuse me, Your Worship, just to remind, in 2021, that would be the 0.5 position for the fire department with the administrative support. In 2022, that would be a Heritage Park operator, full-time union position, 1.5 FTE for municipal employees. So that's the administration support at the RCMP detachment. And in 2023, the one position is also for an additional municipal employee support at the RCMP detachment.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Loy.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship, and I'm glad you brought that up because I'm more concerned with the RCMP thing. And do we have anything in place that says that we will maintain a certain ratio? And if we do not hire these people, we'll be dropping from that ratio. That was my concern. In principle, I agree with the hiring freeze, but I'm trying to find the right words. Are we reneging on our word with our partners over there in Spruce Grove and the thing with the RCMP? That's just a question.
Okay. Regarding 2.5 to 1.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Loy, I will check and get back to you on the documentation we have and just I guess there's other positions within the corporate plan in 21 and 22 that are not within my department that you might want some update on also.
It's directed at the RCMP in our contract.
Yes. Okay. Councillor Matthews? Oh, sorry, so that's all I hand up there, so. Councillor Bennett?
Mayor, I appreciate I appreciate Councillor Palechko's thinking in this motion, but to be honest, I'm looking at 2021, and it's a 0.5, and it's for, and I think that it's been explained several times what that position is in the Stony Plain Fire Department. And I think that that's a needed position there. And in 2022, yes, there's some additions there, but Mr. Mayor, I think that we need to concentrate on this year. I have seen in the past it put into a corporate plan how many staff we need. By the time we get to that year, things have changed, things have shifted, and we haven't needed that. So, or we've needed more. So I can't support this motion because it's for 2 years and I'm concentrating on 2021, and I'm convinced that we need the 0.5 in the fire, in the community and protective services.
Okay, thank you. Any comments? Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship. I share Councillor Loy's concern in regards to the agreement that we have with the municipal enforcement clerks and our responsibility on that and how our agreement works. So it looks like we might have some more comment on that, so I'd actually really appreciate hearing that.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Laurie and Deputy Mayor Laurie. We do in principle have an agreement with, an operational agreement with the City of Spruce Grove that does outline the responsibilities with the town of Stony Plain to maintain the 1 to 2.5 in terms of the operational staff. If this motion was to pass, I think we would have to have some conversation with the City of Spruce Grove related to the impacts of this particular motion.
No, I just want to add to that and ask that question. And so, where's my notes? Regarding the 2.1 to 5, then with the increase proposed from 2021 to 2022 of 1.5 staff members at the RCMP municipal service requirement, then that means, are we assuming that both Spruce Grove and Stony Plain combined are hiring 3.75 RCMP officers? And that increase proposal for 2023, which is another additional staff member, then are we projecting that Stony Plain and Spruce Grove hire another 2.5 officers during that year as well? Because I have not yet seen in the request of adding additional RCMP officers. I've chatted with the Mayor of Spruce Grove, and they're not looking at adding extra additional RCMP officers. So if both the City of Spruce Grove and the town of Stony Plain are not adding additional officers, how are we adding additional municipal service support staff?
Your Worship, I can comment on that. You mean, essentially what you're pointing out is a bit of the, I don't want to call it a challenge, but the reality that, you mean, there's impacts of decisions made in Spruce Grove have impacts on us. So yeah, we tend to, you know, take their administrative estimates and what's in their plans and roll them through ours. And, I mean, ultimately pending council deliberation in Spruce Grove and decisions made in Spruce Grove, those numbers can and will change. I don't believe, unless I'm corrected by one of my staff, that we're forecasting any RCMP increases on our end. But again, reality is just, I mean, the intent is that when those numbers do go up, the municipal clerks go up to match it. And we do our best to forecast that, but those are calls made in Spruce Grove and calls made in this chamber that will impact that number.
And I agree with that, and I would kind of agree with Councillor Plechko's motion here. But with that being said, there has been zero conversations with City of Spruce Grove about them increasing us here, RCMP officers in the near term.
Your worship, again, you know, the dialogue that happens administratively sometimes mirrors the dialogue that happens politically, and sometimes it does not.
Okay, and I, for one, at our current staffing levels, at 1 officer for every 1,000 people, which is well better than what the City of Spruce Grove has at 1 officer for every 1,200 people. I am inclined not to support any RCMP additions in the foreseeable future. Okay. Councillor Laurie, Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Intrigued by this. I mean, we had some comments this evening from Councillor Matties in regards to our staffing and our staffing compensation and where we're at, the levels we're at, and those type of things. And you know, I did look, obviously, like I said, this year there is a very minimal impact, which I struggle to look into next year because we are just debating the 2021 corporate plan. And so when this motion comes forward, it's hard because next year is when the Council of the Day will be debating the 2022 corporate plan and what that will include. So to have a motion today where we put a hiring freeze in place for the next 2 years, I find difficult. But when I do look at 2022, we are moving forward with a projection of a 8.33% tax increase is what's listed on page 44. And that's inclusive of a 0.47% increase for a service desk clerk, a 0.49% increase for our corporate communications, a 0.48% increase for Heritage Park attendant, and then there's also a 0.26% for the municipal clerk. But as we've heard, that may or may not be necessary based on the additions. I guess I have a question for administration. In regards to some of the information that Councillor Matties has brought forward, and in regards to the fiscal realities that we're facing, if there was a hiring freeze put in place through this motion for the next 2 years, would this give administration time to look at and review our staffing levels, our compensation levels, our labor allocation levels, and how either the addition or the non-addition of positions would affect the organization, and if there would be any opportunity to look at reallocations of resources or lateral shifts to help cover off some of our needs?
Your Worship, through to Deputy Mayor. I don't know if I can speak directly to the question. I mean, does the 2-year hiring freeze provide that? Maybe I'll just try to address that question a little more, just generally or broadly, and I'll see if that hits the mark on the question or not. So, you know, I mean, I know Council's been in this chambers for a number of years now. When we get into the hiring and, you know, position forecasts and so on and so forth, and certainly we do our best to you know, we try to align those requests with either service level requirements, new additions for whatever it may be across the organization. I think there was a comment earlier that often that number comes down. You mean as the year gets closer, so to speak, and I think that's certainly a fact. Frankly, I'm sure if we fact checked and went back, that would probably be very accurate. And I mean, part of the rationale there, the reasoning, is you know, when we get into I remember one of the first slides was the, you know, fiscal development and plan development. You know, I mean, we do take a long, hard look at those costs. You know, I mean, as to adding them, are they required? Is there another way to do it? You know, maybe we go, as I think part of the communications position, maybe we outsource for a certain amount of time to see if it is truly needed, not needed. You know, I mean, there's a lot that goes into those sort of forecasts and then allocations and then presentations. And so I'll try to circle back to the question though. So, you know, I mean, the impact of a council-directed hiring freeze, I think, we would continue to do that. It would just put some clarity into the development of the plan for what would be, I guess, calendar year 2022. It would set some parameters. I think it would also, though, be incumbent upon administration, to ensure that council's aware of the impacts of that, in this year or next year. What does that mean exactly? How does it shift things and so on and so forth? And some of that dialogue will come at, different points in time, service level discussions and reviews and so on and so forth. Your Worship, I'm going to stop there at the risk of going on and just see if I'm close to the mark there or not.
Okay. Members of council, any more questions? Okay, Councilor Loy, go ahead.
Yes, Your Worship. I've just been thinking of the CAO's words there. I really appreciate what the Deputy Mayor has asked for, but I also appreciate, sir, what you guys intend to bring back as, okay, we can do anything, but there's always consequences for everything that we do. And that to me is going to be the flip side of things, and it's crucially important. We've seen this, Mr. Mayor, when we've frozen wages several years back. Ultimately, you're going to be paying them out sooner or later, and it catches up with us. So I think we always have to have that in our mind. So I do appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, see no more hands up. I will not support the motion, Councilor Pleshko. I think your intent is probably right. I think we need more of a robust look at it through a different system, and having a freeze for 2 years kind of handcuffs the administration and the next council coming in terms of what the desire is for the community at that time. Closing comments?
The reason I bring it forward at this time is I think, when we're looking to look at ways to keep taxes relevant for our community, in no way did I pick anything in particular here, and least of all the RCMP here, but I also know that our partners down the street in the conversations that I've had with many of them are looking to do the same, a hiring freeze. And I think it's prudent in our economy at this point in time that we look for ways, not that I'm implying that administration doesn't do that on an ongoing basis, but I think it's really important that we send a message that we are looking for every way that we can as councillors to look at cost-effective ways to do things within our community. And I think by sending that message to everybody, they'll see that we are prudent with what we're doing. And I think that that's what's important today with the COVID-19 that's happening and the way the economy is going to be going for the next couple of years. We'll be very happy to see many of our businesses within our community survive. So just one more step in being prudent as a council. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Okay, that is defeated. All right. Do we need to recess and come back tomorrow, or is there a lot more motions that need to become forward? Councillor Bennett, you had your hand up.
I was thinking out loud, Mr. Mayor. I didn't know you were going to ask that question. I'll save what I was going to suggest until we decide whether we're going to come back tomorrow night or not.
Okay. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, I'd have one more motion to come forward.
Okay. I have a couple, so let's get on with it. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Okay. Thank you very much, Your Worship. In light of our current fiscal conditions and in light of the burden that our residents are facing right now and the realities that they're facing right now, I'd like to put a motion forward that Council reduce the proposed tax increase of 2.19% by 0.25%, which is equivalent to $42,625. as I looked through the budget, I struggled to find one particular area in which I would ask administration to cut. It's very, very difficult, and I think by asking this, I liked when we had our presentation come to us first with a tax rate of under 2%. I felt that was very responsible to our community. I felt that was reasonable to our community, and given the fact that we deferred several things at spring adjustments due to the first wave of COVID and the impact that it had, we really didn't have too much of a choice. Unfortunately, we had the decision by Edmonton Global, which I do support the decision, even though I say unfortunately, but that has added that into our budget, which then pushed us over 2%. I believe by just asking for a reduction of $42,625, this gives administration the autonomy to look deep within the organization, and they may be able to find this in several small reductions in several different areas and finding certain efficiencies in different areas, or they may choose to do it all in one particular area. But I believe this gives the administration the freedom and the ability to choose when and where these reductions occur and how they achieve that.
Okay. Members of council. Can we see the percentage, please? Yes, Councilor Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll speak to this motion. Actually, in light of what Councillor Pellechko was saying earlier about showing our residents that we're serious about the situation that we're finding ourselves in, I was actually going to ask for a reduction much more than Deputy Mayor did. And so I appreciate this motion, and I will support a reduction of 25% rather than the number I was going to come up with, which would be, I don't have any justification for the number I was going to pull out of the hat. So this is a step in the same direction I was going, and it's a little bit of a lighter step. So thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Okay, just want to clarify, Councilor Bennett is 0.25, not 25%.
Oh,
You referenced
0.25, yeah, 0.25. It's getting late, I didn't see the point.
Okay, any other questions, comments? Let's see. Actually, I had a similar motion that, but it had a different part to it as well. So I don't know if I want to support this or defeat this. No, my friendly has two parts to it, so then that kind of clouds it. So you know what, I will support this motion to make the motion later. I'll make my adjustments. Closing comments.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think I said it well in the beginning. I'll just reiterate it. In looking through this budget, I struggled to find anywhere where I would ask administration to take $42,625 on the whole. But I do feel that administration has a keen eye and a sharpened pencil, and they will have the ability to go through the corporate plan, go through the budgets, and find at least this amount of savings, and hopefully by spring adjustments, potentially even more that they can bring forward to council. And I think I'd leave this in their capable hands to determine whether this reduction can be done through many small changes, or whether they do feel that there is one or two larger changes they'd like to make to do it. So I feel this is fair to our residents. I think, as I mentioned, we deferred several things in the spring that we just can't avoid bringing back in. So I do feel we need to we will need to see the increase. We can't ask administration to cut it by that much. So I would like to ask for council support on this motion.
Okay. Call the question. All in favor? Anything else? sorry, what page? Yes.
Just a quick question. Where in this thing did it show all the services, not the services, but the groups and everything that we fund? I gone
That
through
was,
it
that was
twice.
referenced earlier through page 61.
61? Oh, yes, okay, thank you. That's just what I'm looking at.
Okay. Thank you. I don't know if I should make this motion or not. Deputy Mayor, you have the chair.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Please go ahead.
Okay. Thank you very much. My motion is kind of two parts. It's A and B at the same time, so you can't vote for one and not the other. My motion is to add 0.5% COLA to non-union staff. And reduce the overall budget by 0.5%.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm just looking for a clarity from you. You say reduce the overall budget by 5%?
0.5.
Sorry, overall budget by 0.5%.
Yes.
Administration, do we have a dollar total on that?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for that clarification. My original motion had 1%, but since you already made a 0.25% reduction, that might just try to balance it out, so it's not.
Thank you, Your Worship. So just to confirm, I believe we had the motion on the screen. So your motion is to add 0.5% COLA to non-unionized staff, which would bring them to a total of 1%.
Yes.
And to reduce the overall budget by 0.5%, or a reduction of $85,250.
That's correct.
Thank you very much, Your Worship, for the motion. I will now open the floor. Any question, or would you like to open?
I'd like to open, please. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I do make this motion with a lot of thought. We've had numbers and conversations about our staff, union and non-unionized staff. We've got the report. Traditionally, we have appreciated or undervalued our non-union staff. Obviously shown that we, on average, a 2.6% increase for union versus a 1.3% for non-union. Right. We need to realize the fact that Councillor Loy had said earlier that there is a cost to hiring and training. So those are efficiencies that we lose in our organization if our salaries are not comparable to like-sized municipalities. Those are who that we're competing with for jobs and employees. I added to the motion of reducing the overall budget by 0.5. Originally, like I mentioned earlier, Mr. Chair, I had 1% written down, but seeing that your motion for 0.25 went approved, I thought maybe 0.5 is enough to get us to a stage where our residents are comfortable with. As mentioned earlier by Councillor Matties, there is only one taxpayer. Where taxpayers that are seeing increases in user fees, etc., which does add to the overall tax bill. Even though it's not a municipal tax increase, it is still an increase. Through COVID-19, we've seen a reduction in our service levels. We've seen a reduction in our staff time here. We've found ways to find and save money because we were unsure of what happened with COVID-19. As projected by administrative staff, we're going to have a $2.8 million surplus. So there is an ability for our staff along the way of this $40 million budget to find a 0.5 reduction extra. I don't know where it is. That's not our realm. Our realm is the overall picture, dollars and cents. If we believe that staff can operate with a 0.5 reduction, then we approve the motion and they'll find the savings. If you believe that our staff need to be paid adequately in comparison to what other municipalities paid for, then vote for the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Open for questions. Councillor Pletchko.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor. Through to administration. The last increase that union staff got was 2.5%. That was for 2020, correct?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Pletchko, that is correct.
Do we know what 2021 looks like?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Pletchko, the union negotiation is just beginning. The contract has expired at the end of 2020. So it's not yet determined.
So when I add up the numbers, from 2014 to 2020, union staff have been increased by 17.9%, and non-union staff have been increased by 9.2%. When we talk about equality for our staff within our region, I would say there's a big separation between the two. So I think supporting a motion like this makes sense at a time like this, even though it is a bit of an increase for them. I think it's got to be equal for all and a part. And the unfortunate thing is we don't know what the union staff will get today. So they may get substantially more again, which puts us at a disadvantage. But we're taking a step and showing that we're trying to create an equal opportunity for everybody within our employment. So I think I can support something like this, and having the reduction in the budget by 0.50% helps to look at that, and I tend to agree that this is not for us to decide whether it can be found or not. It's up to administration, and I think over the past 3 years when we've done things, if we've instructed administration to find ways to work within what we want to do, administration has always found ways to work within that. Not that I don't disagree with Councillor Loy. I do believe that there's a cost to everything that we do along the way, but we just need to be equal as we move along.
Councillor Laurie, I believe you're next.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. We've been batting around numbers here in our heads, and I just like some clarification on line 12 there. Did the non-union employees for this upcoming year, were they getting a 0%?
Your Worship, just for clarification, the proposed corporate plan had 0.5 for non-union staff as a COLA, and that currently sits that way.
At 0.5. So, Mr. Mayor, then, okay, now it's reworded here, so that you're adding 0.5 for a total of 1% COLA for the non-union people. Slightly clear. Another question, Deputy Mayor.
Yes, go ahead.
When I look at line 11, reduction of budget by 0.25%, so that's 46,625. And of course, that took us down to 1.94% tax increase. But if we have a reduction now of budget by 0.5%, we really have to combine the 42,625 and the 85,250, correct? Because we're taking it down a total of 0.75. Or am I?
So you'd be correct. We're taking down by a total of 0.75 and then increasing by an additional 0.28, which would bring you to, I believe, 1.3% change.
If I wanted to be more, if I can, Deputy Mayor, be more clear, it's what we're actually, I'm just talking reductions. Line 11, should not line 11 and line 13 be totaled? Or, yeah, I think it's got to be total because line 11 did drop it down from 2.19 to 1.94. And then if we drop it down by what the equivalent of line 13, and then we're down to 1.71 tax increase, which would have to be the sum of lines 11 and lines 13.
Okay. Mr. Chair, that would be incorrect because the previous motion passed as is. As I mentioned, I had motion, but Councillor Lower Deputy Mayor beat me to the punch with his motion, so I supported that motion.
Yes, so being that they're two separate motions, we would not combine the reduction. Should this motion pass, in the overall corporate plan when presented, it would show the net reduction. But for the sake of our meeting tonight, these motions would stand alone.
So, Deputy Mayor, through you to administration, what is the total figure that we're asking administration to find and subtract from the budget?
It's right there.
Please.
127.85 is on the screen, sir.
Yeah, okay, so that's what I was trying to say. I thought, yeah, so we are in actual fact asking if you have for 127,825. I just needed that for clarity because there was, to me, some confusion in there.
Yes, and I'm absolutely right. So that provides that clarity. It couldn't be combined to the other motion because it was a different motion that got passed.
Yeah.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, I do have a comment, and I'll follow on Councillor Loy's comments. The total reduction that we are asking for administration to find is $127,875 as presented. But what we're also doing is asking for an increase that was unbudgeted of an additional $47,000, which actually brings this to $174,875 that we are asking administration to find, because we're asking them to find the savings and to find the money to increase the COLA. However, I do agree with the notion that, as was written in the corporate plan, I'll read directly, this amount was calculated at 1%. This is referring to COLA for staff. However, due to the current economic environment and fiscal constraint to keep the tax increase low, administration has reduced this and included a 0.5% COLA for 2021. So it was originally planned at 1%. What I would ask your worship is if you would consider a friendly amendment for the reduction of the budget to be an additional 0.25% instead of 0.5% for your motion.
So if we reduce that by 0.5, what does that give me to a tax increase?
So so we'd be looking for the reduction of budget. Nope, not on the COLA. Yeah, so change that from 0.5 to 0.25.
Okay. So that brings us just below 2%.
The mayor is considering his friendly amendment.
Or may I support you indirectly by saying, and I'll ask this question by giving you the question, that we are still at 1.96%, which is under the 2.
This is showing the proposed friendly amendment, yes.
Yeah, exactly. And
Okay, that's showing.
we have spring adjustments coming.
Yeah, and I would accept that as a friendly amendment if I had more security in my belief that the overall assessment and the economy will go up in 2021. I hesitate to only make it 0.25 because if that brings us to 1.96. However, if the assessment values go down in our community, that 1.96 could be 3%, could be 4%, because it's based on the dollars that we need to operate. And with that uncertainty out there, I would rather have a steeper cut now, because I asked that question earlier, were those numbers and percentages for 2022 and 2023 based on any assessment growth? And the answer was no, it was 0. I would even say that we might even have a reduction in growth, a contraction, so which means it automatically pushes the percentages up. We've also noted that through our user fees and service charges, those are also going up as well. So even though we say we're at 1.96, you add the other fees, we might be closer to 3.5%, 4%, 5%, 6%. Right? So I would not take that as a friendly, just based on those comments. So if you want to make that as a non-friendly to bring it in, I'm okay with that. But I think my rationale does have merit and it does stand.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you for your consideration of the friendly amendment. And after the discussion that we've had, I will not move forward with making that motion.
Thank you.
Councillor Meyer.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. This is a question and a bit of a comment at the same time, but through you to administration. We've heard this evening how this council has compared what is an appropriate raise or COLA increase, and we've compared it to our non-union members. We also heard this evening that the union members' contract is due to be negotiated this year. Would it be appropriate to think that the union will not also be comparing themselves to our non-union members?
Your Worship, or sorry, Deputy Mayor, to the rest of council. So, you know, when we go into contract negotiation with the union, there's a lot of factors that come into play. Certainly, salary, wage, you know, I mean, is one of them, and in some ways, it's a pretty key one. You know, where does the union or any union, you know, I mean, come with their proposals from? You know, I mean, they will compare their salaries, their wage rates to comparators around us, just like we do for non-union or all of our salary stuff. So that's one side of it. You mean, is there some dialogue back and forth between the two? Yeah, that takes place as well. But I guess I would say, you know, I mean, the salary, I mean, any negotiation like that, salary is one thing, but it's also part of a broader compensation package and changes to the agreements and so on and so forth. So I don't mean to hedge the answer, but, you know, I mean, is it contemplated? Yes. Is it the only thing or the main thing? You know, on any given negotiation that, you know, I mean, that can, you know, move back and forth, I guess is what I'll say.
All right. So after having heard that and not getting, sorry if I can continue, I would ask for a friendly motion that you split your motion, or sorry, friendly amendment, that you split your motion so that we deal with each matter separately.
I would not take that as a friendly. I think the reason why I packaged them together is because I'm trying to save costs as well as trying to make sure that we're fairly compensating our staff. If I would have just made the one motion first, I bet you council would have voted it down. If I made the second motion first, they might have passed that. That's why the motion was presented and written like this, so that I can have content to share why I think this way and how that works through the whole corporate plan.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I will I'll look to administration and ask the question, can a councillor make a motion to split a motion into two votes?
I'll take a shot at that. You know, I mean, I mean, the mover, you know, I mean, owns the motion, you know, put forward. You know, I mean, you can go into a bunch of debate about the rationale and logic of any given motion, but for now, we'll accept that the motion is logical and sequential. You know, I mean, for another member of council to make a motion to split or to shift, I don't think that would be in order. That'd be my, I mean, off the top of my head, that's my interpretation. I'll get a head nod from my colleague there, so I would say no.
Excellent. Thank you for the clarification. Any other questions or comments? Councillor Bennett?
I really was hoping that that Deputy Mayor's friendly amendment would have passed. I could live with that. My problem here, Mr. Deputy Mayor, is that it was a tight budget coming forward. I think that our staff did an excellent job of trying to pare back everything. And that's 127,875 less than what they proposed. And yes, factor in the increase, all of that. That is a lot to ask of our staff after they have gone through this whole budget with a fine-tooth comb. So, man, I am really in a dilemma here. I think I think that, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I think what I'm asking is for a little bit more comment from my colleagues to place what I'm thinking into the gears here a little bit. Maybe Deputy Mayor, I'm sorry, I'm just rambling. Deputy Mayor, if we could have our administration talk to us a little bit. I mean, I know they would have to go back and look at the whole budget, but just talk to us a little bit about what a reduction of basically $128,000 would do to what they have already presented to us.
Thank you, Councillor Bennett. Administration, is there anything in particular that you can shed some light on as to how this impact may affect?
Yeah, Your Worship, I can make a few comments there. Sorry, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I can make a few comments there, but, you know, I mean, so $127,000, first of all, I would say anytime that council is looking to reduce a potential tax increase, certainly a legitimate dialogue. I frankly, before I go a little bit further, I would say I would frankly appreciate the opportunity for us to go and look for that amount, whatever that amount may be. Is typically, I think we're all much better served when it occurs that way. So I would say, you know, I mean, we would welcome the opportunity to have the chance to go and look and see where we're at. I would, though, further add, as Councillor Bennett, I think, has indicated, you know, you can tell by the tone and the text and in the corporate plan that, you know, I mean, we have done a fair amount of that so far. You know, we've tried to, you know, limit the expenses and so on as best possible. 127,000, could we find it? Absolutely. You know, I mean, again, 4 of 7 hands go up, and that's the direction, and we take that and we take it seriously. Is it going to be a challenge? Yeah, it would be. But I would stop. I mean, the final thing I'll say is that, I mean, these are, you know, I mean, it's a difficult time for everybody. We are certainly aware of that as much as anybody in the public or so on. And the last line I'll say, or the last comment, will be akin to something earlier. You know, we will also indicate what exactly that means and where it's coming from, you know, to a degree, and what we feel the potential impact is there. And can it be mitigated, can it be not? So, you know, should council see fit to pass the motions before you, I mean, that would be the comment and process we would probably undertake as best we could.
Thank you. Councillor Bennett, does that provide the context you're looking for?
Yes, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Other questions or comments? Councillor Laurie.
Yeah, sorry here, fellow councillors. So if we accept this motion, then it's basically kind of cast in stone. It's in there. Administration then must find this approximate $128,000. There's no turning back. Am I correct?
I believe so, yes.
Correct, yep.
I went to page 61 of our package, and it lists all the grants that we give out. I think some of them, we're obliged to give out, like the TransAlta Leisure Center. That's a contractual thing, I believe, with our partners, with the Part 9. I wouldn't want to see any of them be affected by this, because they have come to us, without the hat in hand, for most part. They've been recognized the situation that we are in, and so have been very kind to us. That may be one place, administration, to start looking, if it passes. I like several mentioned the 0.25 reduction in budget. I could have handled easily. We have a bare bones budget, and 128,000 is a lot. That's all my comments.
Thank you. Your worship.
Councillor, thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'd like to respond to Councillor Loy's comment there. He's absolutely right on page 61. These groups do a lot of good services for our community. And as mentioned by staff earlier, many of these are funded through 3-year contractual agreements, so they will not be touched. So I'm not too sure where we get the idea that we might be cutting from here.
For clarity's sake, yes, I agree with you, Deputy Mayor. Through you to the mayor. Yeah, there's some things in here that can't be touched, but I have been on the council long enough to see many of these names being funded year after year after year. Maybe that is one year that we're not going to be as generous to some of them, or not be able to give them anything at all.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor.
So may I ask, is the speaker aware of any groups that are up for contractual renewals?
That would be you.
Are you asking what?
Well, I think, yes, as a speaker, you're saying that maybe these groups will not be funded. So are you aware of any group that is not getting funded this year?
I don't know of any group that's not being funded. It's not, I don't, well, I guess I'll just say the second line down is somebody that's been given money for the last 7-8 years. Is that where we're going to start to look? I don't like to see it, but...
Thank you. I'd actually look for clarity from administration. The chart on page 61, can you speak to the potential impacts on any of these grants that the reduction in budget that's being asked for may have?
Yeah, I can provide a bit of comment there, and I'll maybe provide some thought there. So, if you're looking at page 61, and I won't go into all the detail, a number of those are funded through reserve transfers, public and safety reserve. Some are contractual, some are not, frankly. So they kind of run the gamut. Can we adjust or can we negotiate a contract? Absolutely, yes, we can. Those are contracts entered. I know they all have in some way, shape, or form a opt-out clause, or the town can, within reason or reasonable time, change the numbers and so on and so forth. And so, can those things be altered? Yes, that would be the answer there. And, I'll go a little bit further, Mr. Deputy Mayor, if you allow me. Typically, historically, and for a number of years, we don't go into those. We have generally continued their funding at, typical levels, historical levels, so on and so forth. By going back to an earlier comment or an earlier answer I provided, if council is saying go look for this money, but then saying, but not here and not on these ones and not these, You know, I mean, that's, you know, if you're gonna say, go look for it and it's on the table, then it's on the table, you know? And yes, those would be looked at. And, you know, I've been the one sitting here for many years saying, let's do our best to protect those accounts. But, you know, I mean, I have said it is difficult. You guys know that, we know that. So would we take a look at those if these motions were to pass? The answer would be yes.
Thank you for the clarity, administration. Councillor Matties, I believe you had your hand up.
Well, I did, but now I've forgotten what I was going to say. So I've been listening back and forth. No, sorry, I'm fine.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, Your Worship, I'll give you the opportunity to close.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and I ask members of council to support this. This is a motion that will lead our community forward in terms of the global pandemic. This also, again, then gives our staff the COLA, the full 1% COLA that is kind of earmarked versus the 0.5. If you look at the fiscal plan and projected plan for 2020, there is a surplus of $2.8 million. $900,000 that is from the golf course because we were expecting a season of 0 play. So a loss of $900,000. So in essence, we had a savings of just under $2 million that was found through staff, through other things. And you know what the biggest thing? We saved it on some education, some conferences, some other things that we can easily reduce. For example, AUMA was canceled. We had a virtual event. That saved us some dollars. Easy to find money. FCM was canceled. We saved some money. Usually we send a counselor and 2 counselors and a mayor. Easy to find money. But I don't want to sit here and pick the budget apart line by line. That's not our job. The money is there to be saved. So stop wasting our time debating this and let's pass the motion and let's move on.
Thank you for the closing comments, Your Worship. And with that, I will call to question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried. I'll return the chair to you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Okay, moving forward, do we have any more motions to adjust or correct the corporate plan to make it ours? Okay. See none. I guess that ends our evening, so we will not have a meeting tomorrow night. So, administrative staff, thank you very much for doing the job, the fantastic job that you guys did to bring the fiscal plan for us. And then it allowed council the vision to see our strategic priorities being met in a very, very hard budget year. We appreciate it. Members of council, thank you much for bringing your comments, your questions, and your motions forward. And again, as I've mentioned many times, we're passionate about our community and building it. The things that we say during debates in council chambers is just that. Comments, because we're passionate. Do not take anything personally. It is that we work together as a team. We share our thoughts. The 7 of us have different perspectives, different upbringings, different ideas to bring to the table. For us to discuss it openly and come to a conclusion with a vote, that allows us to provide the best decisions for our community. So thank you for being open and sharing your thoughts. It has been very good. And I think this is the first time in many years that we have not needed to go to a 3rd night. So enjoy your night off. And with that, we're adjourned.